Hello, hello, hello! You play games, I make games, I'm Amorph, and today we're doing more Artfight attacks. The next one is for Huan, who's got this shapeshifter character going on. And I want to draw them because they are also into Dungeon Meshi, so Delicious in Dungeon was the English translation of it. And so I wanted to draw their stuff in more of that style. So that's what we're going to do today first. More monsters because, as we know, I have trouble with some lagging, and as a result of having a laptop that wants to fly into outer space eventually, I guess. Essentially, that's what's happening, isn't it? Um, yeah, so it'll be for that reason I'm choosing a simpler style for like most of my attacks, this one included. If we're lucky, it'll be, not that big of a deal, but in all odds, it'll probably affect our, drawing ability. First, I want to draw a plate. I can't entirely do it in white because then everything else kind of goes away to not a good place for it. But I also can't really do it in much of any other color because I have a thing that I want to do with this where I put colors in the background and in the foreground we of course what's it called? Draw the character themselves. I wonder if my current drawing thing is, well, it's working, but it's can't say how efficient it'll be. I'm currently pressing Ctrl Z in hopes that this line that I just drew as an experiment will go away, but there is a lot of, I don't know if I'd call it lag specifically, and it does sometimes mean that when I press Ctrl Z, multiple things erase. This time we got lucky though, so that's not the case. I think if we use more backtracking, it might also work, like with shapes, because that has been pretty quick until now. So for the plate itself, I don't have much of a problem, but I do want to also make a border. I saw one recently where, well, the border was very pretty, but just like a bunch of elements that I want to incorporate from there because I think it's really good for layout, which I don't really get very often because I'm not a graphic design like major or graphic designer in general. Uh, this thing is 1,000 by 1,000, so I just need to find 500 pixels, but I am a bit at a loss of where that is. I think about here because every dot on the ruler in Clip Studio is about 10 pixels, I think, which is marvelous, great. Uh, maybe? I'm actually not quite certain. Does this look like a center? I don't think it does. Oh, yes, I missed. Alright, I have Control Z, now I can actually put it on 500. Usually I have to zoom in until I figure it out, which is what has currently happened. Now with that figured out, we can start drawing our ornament, I suppose. Although it might take a little bit more than just a drawing of it. There's this wonderful book that was written in very late, and by late I mean like early, I suppose, from yours perspective, isn't it? Which is called Gothic Architecture, Church Plans and Drawings. There's just full of different references of Gothic architecture that people have hand drawn. This is a very, very old book from the archives. You can find it in the Internet Archive. It's really great. I want to own a physical copy of it at one point. But this is where we're taking our inspiration for the borders as well, for two reasons that is the case. First and foremost is this character is the I know if character or person would be more accurate. Perhaps both, not quite certain. Um, I'll also do another one where I do a diagonal reflection because that's the border type we're getting. Diagonal symmetry. No, wrong. That's strictly from the corner. Also wrong. There we go. Perfect. Is it perfect? Ah, not quite. I'm trying to find the perfect corner to start this with. Anyway, the English translation of their name is it's called, I think, corpse flowers. There we go. So I wanted to use Gothic architecture as a nod to that like more mortuary theme that they have going on. There will also be like slight curtain gore on this one. Oh my god, it's perfect. Yes, it worked out. Huzzah. I'm taking some more inspo for the layout from, if you've ever heard of the song bit to chocolate decoration that has a lot of like the person spinning on a plate sort of thing as it's going through its course, which is really good and will be the imagery we're also going to use today. I will currently check my correct reference for this architecture thing, because I'm fairly sure I had an exact thing in mind, but I did want to check it, because I kind of forgot which one it was that I was using out of the designs on this page. There's quite a few, and they're all very complicated and weird. Um, Only weird because, well, they were kind of limited by the size of their pencil and a bunch of other things like that. Not to mention, it's not really that uniform when you're drawing Gothic architecture back in the day, you know? Right, so with this in mind, so first of all, there's the roundness of it, which might take me a few tries. I'll try not to use the eraser too much because that tends to bug out like really badly. So mostly using the brush and then the colorless brush. And then there's two more next to it. But they tend to cross over a little bit at the bottom. It's funny because it's very similar to a lot of iris motifs you see. There we go. Okay, now it's a little bit larger. I want to make sure that all of them are still very circular before I merge the lines in between. I think that's working. Yes, that seems correct to me, although some of it is missing that little like sharp aspect, I think, but we'll just quickly add that in. As so, well, it's good enough. Now we just need to clean it up. There we go. There's our first base for the design. Next to it is a couple more things. I did actually, there's one issue that I've come across here in this one moment, which is if it'll let me control T it. I want to flip it over because I've accidentally drawn it backwards. The two like fatter parts of itself are usually where the corner is, and the single part is kind of leading the viewer into like seeing it properly. Let me move it back to the center. Yes, okay. We have our first little. It's like a clover, I suppose, in a way. Mm-mm-mm. I do want to make sure that I can still on occasion see the chat, so I'm currently just gonna move things around a little bit to where it's half-half-ish. Yep, that'll be good. Great. So now that we're following our design, I wonder if I know which page this is on. This is plate 2, so that doesn't tell me much. They are sorted sort of by cathedral, so hence plate 2 is written in here, as opposed to like a specific page in the manuscript itself. Now we need to make like a cylindrical sort of shape, and if we mess it up, it would be a little unfortunate, but I think we can still kind of cope with it. Now, okay. So another thing that it does is it'll draw lines in between my lines. I've kind of figured out how it does it, but I sometimes, oh good lord, that does not work. Sometimes forget that it does so, and then such don't draw in a way that kind of minimizes those. It's typically okay. I'm a bit worried about this one like line I'm drawing over here at the moment though, because I will have to copy it and duplicate it and then move it down a little bit. But it can't be moved down precisely because, well, if you're working with a semicircle, moving it down in any direction kind of just makes it thinner in certain parts and thicker in others, which is not what we want. Right, I'm erasing the little bits, and then I'll probably add in a little bit where I have erased too much. Over here, I'm currently using a size 5 brush, so I can do those kinds of details. It's behaving surprisingly well thus far. I'll try duplicating it first to see that maybe like we lucked out and it will just work with a duplicate that is resized. But if we haven't, we will, what's it called? Control V, Control D, and then I'll grab this move tool over here. No, I won't. Control V again. Ah, that's my problem. Yeah, see how it's thicker in the middle and thinner on either side? That's not going to work for us. I mean, at least in theory. Also, I don't think having it be this uniform adds to it at all. I think there's a little bit of like style that it's missing that comes from lines that are not all uniform, especially when you're drawing with a more textured brush. So over here, now that we have this, I can carefully draw along it. It's not perfect, but I can make it perfect by adding a few more lines and erasing afterwards. This is not an additive workflow like I usually do, but a subtractive one, where you make outlines, draw within those lines, and then you erase anything outside of them. Now, if I'll just switch back to a colorless brush, hopefully I can erase all the parts that are not doing so well. It's not too bad as far as I'm concerned. So with that, we can probably call that particular aspect a day. Now we need to add, I don't know what to call these shapes. They kind of look like sprites. This is one of the simpler Gothic arches that I have seen, so no surprise there. Some of the more complicated ones get really tricky to replicate because it's hard to tell where the caverns are, like what's the inside outside, if it's a line because there's a line, or if it's a line because there's some, you know, how do I say this? Not concave, convex. Yeah, if there's something concave or convex going on. And something is concave, it's like from the word cave, which means it is kind of holed in. Inside, not a full hole, but just like the curvatures in the inside direction. Concave means in the outside, like a mountain. Well, concave is inside, convex is outside. It's the kind of terminology you use when talking about like lenses, for example. Used very often for glasses, but you can also find it if you're talking about like the curvature of light and how to achieve it. Okay, so we have this. I don't think it's too close, so I think we're, or is it? I think it might be too close. Moving them is very tricky though, because with the reflection tool, it doesn't actually reflect movement. So I can't really do that. But I think we could just kind of pretend for now everything's fine and see how that works out. And there's one more connecting. That one's kind of a mess. Because I'm drawing in a lighter sort of pen pressure, I'm a little bit more hesitant about adding in the racing. Alright, and then a couple more. Yes, that's not too bad, but I can't say I'm precisely happy with it. In the original, it had these lines in between the two elements, which kind of added to it. But I think in our case, they take away a little bit more than they add. I think what we could do is draw lines that are a lot closer than I previously planned for, which will take a little bit more care from me. Right, so far we're doing so good. Oh, very nice. Yes, over here. Alright. It's not quite an outline, but it kind of makes it look like a white outline around our elements. First is the clover, of course, and then second will be the more pointed bits. It was a bit hard to point them in the correct direction, which ended up with them not quite pointing in the correct direction, but I think we can kind of fix it by adding a little bit more like pen pressure, or I don't know, stroke thickness, I suppose, to it. But if we do too much, it'll automatically decide that I want lines, and that'll be bad. So I'll press Ctrl Z and hope that it only erases the last little bit I was doing. For now we wait for it to actually do, yes, alright, it has waited and I've asked it to. Let's try drawing after it. I'm not entirely confident in my ability with it, but it seems to have paid off. Wonderful. Now with that, there's a few more little caveats that we have, like these holes over here, and then a couple more over here. Yes, just above and between the elements, and then one more at the top. If it'll draw itself. Yes, wonderful. They don't have outlines, these elements, but they do tend to have a few concave spots in them, which for our sake is not actually important because we're just drawing a border. I might even resize it later, I'll see how I feel. But until then, I think this is not too bad as far as it goes. Technically there's a little line here in the original drawing, but I'm pretty sure it's just there for... okay, I'm going to erase it again because it becomes double as thick. And with our current limitations, that's not helping whatsoever. I've pressed Ctrl Z and I'm currently waiting for it to actually do the thing with Ctrl Z. It also isn't really moving on the canvas, but we know from experience that that doesn't mean it's going to crash. So there's that, which is pretty good. Now, with that in mind, there's also a couple more borders that I'm currently missing, but that wouldn't be missing within this painting. I don't quite know how to insert them in though, because of the way that they're done. They're kind of bordering the entire piece, but let me check. Okay, so that's at the top everywhere. I could try moving it below a little bit so they can draw another. I think that might be our best choice, like best option in general. There we go, carefully outlining it with the lasso tool. And now I can, if I hold shift, I can move it directly on diagonal so that it stays exactly where the reflection line is. Which is not to say that it follows the reflection line, but that if you hold shift, it can move it across or, vertically in a straight line, but it can also do so at a 45-degree angle. Now, would it be 90? It looks like a 45 to me. Let's see how that works out. The line is a little bit unsure because I drew it slowly, which isn't ideal, but it might still work out. I'm currently polishing it in. I think it'll do it. It has decided to do so a couple more times than I have, but that's okay for now. Until it decides to do something worse, we're relatively okay. I keep rotating my pencil stylus in a way where I can have access to control that, because it's just like a habit at this point. But while we're doing this, we don't actually have the ability to press Control Z properly, so that's not healthy. Because if I press it too much, or it just decides to erase the last 3 actions instead of the last 1 action, there's nothing that we can really do about it. So I try to avoid it unless it's something they can really mitigate. It's not an ideal way of drawing this border, but honestly, we're not really going to have an ideal painting anyway, so we should be able to just move on. Now, I'm trying to move my perspective. It's feeling iffy one way or the other. Right. Now, there is one more thing that we could do, but that would kind of... on one hand, it's good, right, to have this border, especially since I'm going to change it a little bit. But on the other hand, this little thing needs to connect to it. It doesn't need to connect to it right now. It's usually a little thicker, but it's just a bit of a pain to me. Oh, there we go, we've done it. Now we just need to erase the little extra parts that overhang. Right now, okay. And the eraser works wondrously. The next part that we can do, and I will take a new layer for this, for a variety of reasons, but I'll take from the left where we have our, what's it called, ruler. If you just drag and drop it in Clip Studio, it'll appear, and I'll put it over here so they can draw the sides and have it done really well to the middle. I'm currently zooming out once more, which will probably overload it a little bit because it doesn't like having too much things to have to compute at all times. I suspect that's why zooming in helps. I've been in similar enough situations to where I think I can say this confidently anyway. Now, one more time I'm gonna zoom in because I need to see where that other line is. Because the first one worked out perfect. But now we need to do that 30 more times. Which will be okay once we figure it out, but again, it requires us to figure it out first. I'm kind of hesitant about whether or not I'm going to make this border smaller later, but we'll try. I think as we're going through this challenge of Artfight in general, we're coming to a point where I can get pretty confident with the software I'm using within its disabled state as it is currently, which does fill me with a little bit of pride. It's always nice to persevere through problems and actually have them pay off. It's not often that happens, so I really appreciate it. It makes me feel glad that I didn't give up, which I think is a very nice feeling. Okay, it's not quite doing it. I'm trying to land that next ruler in the middle of the stroke on the right side, but it's a bit iffy behaving a little bit. There we go, and then once more for the last one. just in the middle. Ah, it worked the first time. Wonderful. Now, the issue that I've had here is that I've accidentally drawn on the lowest layer, because when you input the rulers, they for some reason decide to import themselves that way. Not quite certain why that is, but we can kind of deal with it. Right, so we have our first little bit of the border. I'm gonna once again zoom out so that they can see what exactly is going on. And I'll press the non-color option because sometimes when I try to drag myself to see the canvas better, it'll also draw a line, which is something we do not want in this circumstance. I can't say I'm the happiest with the way that it's turning out, but I also can't say I'm the maddest, I suppose. There's a few miscalculations I've done when making this border. You see, normally the actual thick parts are on the outside, like the handles, not just the corners. But in our case, I've put them on the inside because I've accidentally messed up where I thought the inside line was and where the outside line is. It's still a good border. I'll add shading there, but it's a bit, that's for sure. I might also add some depths later to the inside carvings as well, because currently they have no depths. And since the rest of it has depths, it's a question whether or not that's working out. Now with this in mind, we can probably merge these and then duplicate them until eventually we have all four. Ideally, I'll do one more thing, because I want them to rotate uniformly. So I'll dye the base of this right behind it, so that they can rotate them together. Right, so now that we have this thing, Control C, Control V. Great, then I shift select the one with the ruler and the base, and I'll shift rotate it to 90 degrees, which has worked out wonderfully for us. And then I could also merge them and then rotate them again, but I think I like having them this way because it allows me to edit them later. And also because I'm a little bit scared of deleting things and merging things when we're working with a program that is not feeling like acting proper with me today. Then I Control T again once I've duplicated them, move them another 90 degrees. And now we have our bottom corner, bottom right. And then one last time, Control C, Control V, Shift select, Control T for transform, and then boom, they all moved. Now I can take off the black at the back, and that is good. It's not really black, it's more of a brown. But we're working with something really, really nice. So I'll shift select them and then group them because I don't want to have to individually see all the layers every time. I'll color them orange. No, actually, I'll color them the color of our background so they can just see at a glance what they are, because I can't see otherwise. And I'm not about to name 4 layers. So with that in mind, let's select it once more so they can use a magic wand when I'm clicking on the group, so it'll only select the inside. And then I can expand it just a little bit. I think about 2 pixels should be enough. Let's see how that works. Yes, that's quite lovely, because that way it's not outside of the line art. Which is crazy that we can actually do line art within our current circumstance. And I need to invert the mask so that it will color the outside part where our border is. Now I can Control D at the moment, but we have a few other things that we have to work out. First and foremost, with the group selected, I need to make sure that our gaps remain gaps and don't get accounted for. Okay, and then once more, it seems that it does select reflections a little bit. And then now with the smaller parts. I'm not actually that comfortable with them being selected with the, what's it called? The magic wand. So I'll select them by hand, and I'll also add a few more differences to the selections already made to make sure that they're done well. Now over here is, right, that kind of works. You can always press Alt if you want to deselect a little bit, and you want to just cross deselect out. Right, very marvelous. Over here some more. It's not a perfect straight line, so I'm just going to add a little bit, because it is a straight point. And take away a little bit maybe. But that didn't work because I was holding control instead of ops. Let me take it away proper, and these 2 pixels. It'll probably not work out nearly as great as how it will for us, so there's not really a point in being such pedantic about it. But that is simply because we will have to expand the selection later. With that in mind, I can add a few more to this one, and then trust myself to do so with all the other ones. In some places, I'm definitely being more brash than others. I'm not quite certain how to feel about that factor yet. The downside of only using the most recent, like, what are they called? I pressed the wrong button again. I'm only using the most recent of the reflection tools is in the fact that it does not reflect on the other side here now, and it is a real problem for me. But not one that we can't fix, it's just some manual labor. Working out nicely. I'm a little bit worried about it not being perfect now that it can't reflect, but I think that's something that we can face once we get to it, and therefore should be okay. Now Alt to take that particular corner out because it's a little too sharp, and I'm worried about when I'm gonna expand it for it to not actually work. I'm probably going to have to manually draw some parts in after I'm done with the expansions, but that's okay. This is still a lot less manual drawing than we usually do on stream with our current circumstances. And once more a little bit over here. Marvelous. I'm a little uncertain about the shape of this arrow. Now that I can select space after it's done with the final selection of the arrow, yes, I can move on to our little bits at the bottom and see if they have also selected themselves. It doesn't look like this one has. I don't know about the one up to the right of it, because I haven't yet to check. It might have actually, because I do know some part of them have been reflecting, I'm just not quite certain which one. And if I press space again, I can also move to check the very top one. I'm not quite satisfied with it, but I can't say I'm entirely unhappy. I say, but still kind of chopping away at that last arrow in that top corner. Lovely. Now with that in mind, let's check on our last one, and it seems to be done perfectly. Now I can sort of zoom out. I know I said sort of, but I really do need to see the entire picture to see whether or not this next plan works. I'm even going to zoom in a little bit so that it takes up the entirety of my screen, give or take, so that it does work properly. Now, if we go to delete, but I'm deleting the wrong part, so Control Z for that. We have to delete part of this layer, delete, Control D. Now, how does that look? I don't think it's too bad. Great, so with that looking lovely, actually. I didn't even end up expanding it. It still is sort of okay. For now, I suppose. We'll have to check how it actually bargains later. So, now that we have our border, I might be tempted to actually put the plate above the border. I'm not quite sure how it'll work out, so let's just test it. Not too bad, but I need to adjust the plate first before I decide such thing. With that in mind, there are some more things that we have to do, which is adding color to the background, because the main OC themselves do not have color. Now, we can't do it entirely in red, because then it's just singular color and it's not fun. So it's better to do it with like sort of slice thing going on. I'll Control D, I'll also select, I kind of want to go with like, on one hand I'm very tempted to go with like a dark gray, but on the other hand I have vowed to put more colors in the background of this piece since the main piece itself will be black and white. Perhaps a light blue? No, that one doesn't really work. I'll try with the burgundy as well. I'm mostly doing it so that I can rotate this new piece that I will make soon, Control C, Control V, in the same way that we rotate the borders. So Control T for both of them so that our center is aligned with the canvas. Yes, that's not too bad. Now I absolutely hate the burgundy, so I will delete it. Delete. Marvelous. I'm not sure what to put in the center though. Don't know. I will do one more thing actually. or more attempt at it. I'll have to control G our border for it, unfortunately, which also means coloring it in the same color as our previous group, so that it's color coded and I do not forget it, because I will after that close it. We need another mask, make it a clipping mask, and from clicking, I'm clicking on the group so that the gradient mask will show up as a mask and not just a gradient thing over it. Layer, correction layer, and we have gradient map. Gray is okay for now, because that is the idea with them. Now I do need to make sure that the actual gray parts are only confined to the plate. So magic wand, select the plate, go to our layer mask on this, and then delete, actually no, Control Z, inverse the selection would be good. Or, what if we make two versions? Because this is not too bad. I'm gonna Control C, and I'm gonna Control Z, invert selection, delete that, Control D, then Control V for a new one, because I kind of feel like it. The old one doesn't look nearly as good as the new one, but I think that might be a temporary thing. Not quite certain. We'll see how it works out. Because I had a plan, but I might be changing it. Just to see like what works best is often the best part of it. This is teaching me a lot about working that out. Okay, now with that in mind, I do have to like draw an actual monster. This is complete black, this is not the gray I usually use. There we go, that seems it. Alright. Using a big brush is usually counterproductive for this sort of thing. There's like a Goldilocks zone that you do not want your strokes to be in, you know? So as such, I hope it hasn't been picking up anything weird on my like soundboard. I might check it actually. Let me go on a bit of a break and then we can all grab tea as we go through it. Okay, so the update for this is that I did work it out. It hasn't been picking up anything weird. There was just a phone left next to me recently, and I've noticed that it had some sound on, so I was getting a bit worried. But now with that out of the way, we can draw our chimera looking thing. I'm currently pulling out the reference for it in real time because it gets, let's say, complex. I'm filling my head a bit because I'm trying to work out what exactly it is I'm doing with it. In times like this, when you need to shape language probably more than anything else, it is for the best to zoom out as far as you can so that you don't get caught up on the details. I'd say this is probably fast enough if it'll let me move. I'm holding out space, so it'll hopefully do so. But I'm not holding out too much hope with it in mind. Okay. I'll also save because I haven't done it in a while. It's taking its sweet, sweet time to do so. That's okay, I can wait. Oh, also on that account, I have Clip Studio EX because that's the one that allows me to animate without a frame limit. Unlike Clip Studio Pro, I think is the one that's used for illustration, which is fine because I illustrate a lot more often. But I haven't found any features exclusive to Pro that interesting. But unlike, features exclusive to EX, that's the one I have. It's like this, also like dragon thing of sorts. The issue here is, right, in where the buddy is, I guess. Let's try drawing it over here. They can sort of be reaching behind their head if it'll actually draw after what I asked it to. Yes, one of those. Okay, imagine yourself like a centaur and then make it more monster-like, and that'll be the image that you're looking for this. It has like an odd number of wings, but I think it's a shapeshifter anyway, so it can have any number of wings, I suppose. That and some color scheme things. Okay, I'm gonna put the pool in here as so because it kind of reminds me of a lion's pool. I think it also kind of reminds me of the way that lions relax at like the zoo, for example. Not the most marvelous of layouts, but the front paws are only like a part of the paw system. So our next paws are probably also important. There we go. So I'm trying to go with like a similar vibe to a lot of Fallen fan art that I see, but this is still not enough, and we need to add more because there's like a sick tail thing going on in addition. I might have to control that twice with this, or even 3 times. Oh no, I can't control that at all. It deletes the entire thing. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'll try to put it on a bigger like size so they can erase everything without having to zoom in. It seems to sort of be working. Again, I can't see what it is doing in real time. I have to see it as it comes like a little bit later. Usually it works out for me because I have a really strong picture in my head of what it's supposed to look like, and so I kind of go project it onto the drawing with my imagination. I got really lecked out in the way that I don't have a Fantasia, so that is part of the reason why I don't do sketches nearly as detailed sometimes, or why they turn out this way specifically, where I can just draw a line. Still, okay, so now that we have our tail, let me go back to like size, was it size 5 is the one we normally use? I think. I was about to switch size 10 because that's the one I normally use, but it's also not within our Goldilocks zone for this. Oh, good lord, it has drawn another line that I have to erase. I'm not even going to do a proper job of erasing it, I think. But an attempt still has to be made so that we have our clear sketch of what it is that is being done. I've drawn with the wrong color, the color being colorless, because Clip Studio allows you to do that. Okay, I finally selected my outline color. There's our first set of tail. I'm actually going to cut it off here, I think. And then we can, technically going along the line would be good, but I think it would be better to kind of take that line and offset it, like the line where the tail would have normally been lying down. I'm taking it and drawing it offset so that I can draw it kind of diced up in a way that it looks like a fork has moved it also, which I think is kind of neat. Now I'm erasing some of those outlines. I know exactly where my sketch is. It is at this point that I should start separating them out. Oh no, that's not it. Great. Dissolve yourself, please. I'm using the mask tool to separate them out properly. The question is now only of how we're moving. Oh, no, go back. If you press the scale rotate thing, you can do so without pressing Control T. And then I think this is a far enough distance for now. Yes. Okay, and then we'll go and Control D afterwards to delete our current selection, like not what's within it, but just the selection thing itself. And then once more on the scale rotate. Marvelous. And then a couple more times, I think. I'll just need to press OK because I forgot to do so. And then at least once more over here, and then once more with a small tiny bit afterwards. And after I'm done moving them all apart, I'll see about actually spacing them out in a way that makes it more dynamic. Because the composition itself is almost as important as the rest of the piece and the details when it comes to making sure your piece looks good. Because a lot of the time, beginner artists have this like issue that I found when I was a beginner artist, right? Where you will be focused on doing something well to the point where you forget to make sure it looks good all around together, and so it'll end up where there will be obvious issues with like maybe anatomy or maybe other things, and the reason they're obvious is because the eye is not guided to where they should be looking where your like most important feature is, and so it's guided to every flaw you have, you know. All right, with that selected, okay, let's try a few things with it. Control T, because I do intend to rotate them a little bit as I go along. Or actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna try blocking some things in as colors, so that we can actually see what it looks like. Because I have an idea that I think will work for this, where we can just put like garnish sort of underneath, which will be pretty good. Now, with that selected, I can start drawing. I'll select like a bright green. I don't want to select the one from the color palette I already have because it's horrible and ugly and I don't like it. But something more like this, I suppose. It needs to be bright, but not, I want to poke out my eyes bright. And so with that in mind, I'm zooming in on the tail at the moment. The tail itself won't be green if I remember to do so, but until then, we can kind of figure out. I'll immediately erase the parts that I think are not in a straight line. There we go. Mostly because I'm just cutting it off at the moment. I'm not drawing in any of the like internal stake, I suppose. Again, because I currently use limitations, it'll never be any particularly graphic or anything, but nonetheless. So no need to imagine such a thing. I'll erase a little bit more with this. Right. Wonderful. Now with that erased, we can color in the rest of that last piece of the tail. And now the next one. Not exactly happy with how that was cut, but that's okay. And a couple more times so that it's colored in for the rest of it, so they can clearly tell what is going on in the picture. It'll actually help with the contrast because this thing is entirely black and white. He is, so yeah. There's something I could do that would be really funny, but I really don't want to do it. No, actually that would be against the law. I'm not gonna do it. Alright, next. Another piece. It's kind of looking like a buffet already, but that might be just because I keep describing my art as tasty. I think I have a problem. Not a serious one, obviously. Not a real one. But okay, the way that I'm currently cutting off this little chunk of green is not really working with me. It's okay, I'll deal with it. I don't like the way that if you put your cursor too far to the screen, it decides to just come up with random news that I don't like. I want it to close itself. It took a little second because the entire thing is buggy at the moment, but it was worth it to no longer be invaded by the parasitic wills of the, I don't even know, Microsoft Edge news? Truly despicable. God forbid I hold my cursor on where the brush selection is for too long. I would look into how to change it on Windows, but I'm under the idea that with the new Windows update, I don't think you can manually change much of your PC at all. I will one day switch to maybe Hannah Montana Linux or something, but that day is unfortunately not today, so we do have to cope with Microsoft Edge a little bit. Not happy with how that erased itself. I might control Z, maybe. If I do control Z, let's see how it feels. Oh yeah, it's feeling nice. Actually, I'm not even sure why I want to erase it in the first place. It's looking fine-ish, as far as I'm concerned. Now the coloring it in proper. I'm not sure how useful the coloring will be at the end of the day, but it might do us good. Now, if it'll only let me also erase, that would be absolutely marvelous. As always, we're erasing with the eraser color and not the eraser brush, because it does not tolerate that. Little do I know why. Nonetheless, it is part of our existence at the moment. Next, we have our tail, which, the last bit of it, like the tail of the tail, I suppose, which I'm also coloring in right now. I'm not even caring about doing it outside the line at this point, partially because I think there needs to be a tail end to it, but on the other hand, it could be better if I just cut off the tail end as well. There's not really a purpose in having a full end of a tail. It could be just oh, that's the slice already eaten on the plate, you know? Sweet. Now, over here, erasing the last little bits on the outside of that tail. I think, okay, it actually makes it look more geometric to not have it finished, which is not the idea at all. So I will finish it now that we have our practical view of what the alternative looks like. but it needs to be particularly long and like spindly looking, which is hard because I'm using a rather thick brush at the moment. But if I erase just enough of it, I think we will be like able to do so. Oh, I erased a little too much. That's unfortunate. Now, if I go and like control Z soon, I'm scared to do it right now. But once, okay, control Z, and if we're lucky, it only erases the most recent brushstroke. It erased both. I think it's okay though, in a way. Maybe? No, I'll erase a little bit more. Please teleport my little cursor over here so that I'm no longer in fear of you cutting across the piece. That's not bad. Okay, so it doesn't make a lot of a difference, especially cosmetically, but I think it has like evened out that particular turn. Yes. So with that, I can now look at the piece fully and try adding a garnish underneath to see if that's what will save it or if that's what will doom it. With that, okay, a garnish needs to be like if we're looking at gravy, right? It'd be like a brownish black, but then the entire like inside of the plate would have to be black. And if that's true, well, as in black and white, more so, monochrome, then the garnish would have to be black, right? But I don't want to just straight up have it black. I guess I'll use the normal, like, gray-black color. I'm not so happy about it, because then it'll be the same color as the outline, and that's kind of creepy. Let's try this way. Now, how big it needs to be is... I simply hope that it will actually draw without terrifying me on whether or not it will crash. But we can do it. And I'll add a few more like strokes for little like drops of gravy, you know? Yeah, that's not too bad. I think it might actually even it out, maybe? Or maybe I'm delusional. Truly the jury's still up and out on that one. Not much of the piece can be seen yet anyway. Or will it ever? Now, with our first like round of gravy, let me add a couple more drops. Oh, one more drop, okay. I don't think it's bad. Is that like crazy to say? We would have to smudge a little bit actually. Please smudge normally and naturally. No, of course not, yeah. What could I possibly hope for? I could try using a very small airbrush to achieve that same effect. I'm currently going to attempt it. If it will first, well, of course not if, I will do so. But it does first need to realize that the size in the brush has changed. There we go. It's kind of... I think it's working for what it needs to be doing, which isn't much. Is that good? I'll take it as good. Oh, and then once more over here, because that's where the line of the plate would be. Wonderful. Alright, so we have our, like, first stain, I suppose. It's a shame I can't add crumbs to this, but that's okay, because we'll add, like, a fork and knife afterwards to the middle. I'll draw them in at the moment as a sketch so they can remember to do so. Let me select my brushes. Technically, we're drawing on number 5 this entire time. If you're holding your knife and you're, like, looking at the plate currently on the screen, you have to hold your knife in your right hand and your fork in your left hand. I do not know why that is, but if you're doing like a formal dining experience, that's how it goes. Mostly so that you can operate the knife, I suppose, in like a careful manner, but honestly, it's so annoying because I can't eat with my left hand very well. Okay, so here's our butter knife. Wonderful. And then, somewhere over here will be the fork. You can tell I don't draw forks nearly as well. It's probably because I know. I can draw a fork well, right? It's just not going to be in the sketch format, first of all, and second of all butter knives kind of look the same, unlike forks, which all look different, which could be some basis for anger, but that basis is unutilized within our stream, or within much of my drawing to begin with. I'd say I'd go more like a Bob Ross direction than... Not even sure. I know that there's this one artist who did the opposite of Bob Ross, where he just screams at his paintings, but I don't remember his name, unfortunately. I'm gonna label fork because I'm gonna forget to do so. Great, and we don't need to label the butter knife because we know it's butter knife. I would like to delete more of the line art, but yeah, I will actually, I think. Because, like, that butter knife is drawn way too well at the moment, to the point where I think I'll actually keep it as line art, which at the moment would do really badly for me in the long run if I don't delete this random lines through the middle of it. Everything else I can delete later. I really hate not being able to draw with color, because this is a black and white character. But, like, I love colors. It is part of the reason that's, like, they were chosen now, because they make really cool silhouette, I guess. But, like, puts me in a bit of a spot. I'm currently, like, considering what it is I'm going to be doing with it, actually. Because I know that now I need to move on to the part where I actually draw it, but it's such a... I'm not gonna say pain, because that's not accurate. But, like, I'm a little scared, you know? I think, where is that design? Over here. I'll control G everything but the weird stain, maybe? Maybe not. I don't know how finished this will end up looking, because it'll depend on, like, how soon I run out of steam for it. Okay, we have to select a color that's not bright red, because then it'll merge with the background. That's not good. Let's try yellow. Horrible to see. Bad idea. Green? Oh, it's consistent if nothing else. Oh, so the outline for it was also there. Okay. Let me grab my normal outline color and then color that in for the tail. Because otherwise it looks like the green is bleeding through and then I'm going to get confused later and that's not good. First I do need to actually follow my movements, but I can trust it to do so. There we go. Just a bit late. Now with that in mind, I can now start drawing a more serious... I don't know, I think I'm gonna have to go with line art for this one. I originally wasn't, but that was before I realized how much I'm committed to it. And also that I don't know if I can actually do this in... No, you know what? I will try doing this in gray color first. And then where's this one? I'm gonna mark the fork and knife as red and then put them over top of everything, because it will be over top of everything in the final one, but I'm marking it as red so I don't forget to turn it back on. Now, with all this, I have to choose like a set of black, white, and gray that will actually work for clearing out the shape. We have our base gray, which is obviously my favorite, but I think we're gonna have to go with maybe a darker color for now, so that it can stand out. I'll probably be able to change them later, somehow. It's either the levels or the gradient map layers. One way or another, I'll fix it, if I do. Now, let's try... No, I can't just do that. I can't just paint bucket it. That would be bad. I don't know what size the brush is. Oh, it's humongous. Okay. Let's say we're drawing over here. We also need a color that is darker, obviously. Is this dark enough? Debatedly, not really. I need it to be a little bit darker. Now it'll only just wake up. There we go. Control Z, hope for the best. And by the best, I mean hope that doesn't delete itself entirely. Oh, there we go, I don't delete the dark part. Marvelous. Yes, very good. Now we need one more for highlighting color, which might end up being our plate color, in which case that would be horrible. I mean, this is not our plate color, but it will do. I'll move these over here so I can use them as a color palette reference. I'll also put whatever, lock the layer. Yeah, there we go. So it can't be moved or edited or anything. Then I'll make a new one. There's a couple things with it. I need to... There's a bit of an issue where it's like several parts that are overlapping. I guess I'll try with the darkest. Because you can't go wrong with that, right? I usually put in my shades first, actually, which is interesting. Probably because I'm just unused to what's it called, white space, perhaps. Yeah, I think I might even go over this afterwards with the medium color instead, because I think a back paw over here could really use like more harsh lighting, perhaps. Now over here to where the, I don't know what the word is, I keep forgetting it in English, the heel, there we go, of the line is, because the way that those kinds of body parts work is very different for animals than it is for humans. So they'll have like an extended heel most of the time. That's why they'll have this like kind of forward facing knee where it'll appear like a shoulder blade, but it's actually the knee is just much higher because there's a bit, they have the same like approximate amount of movement in the heel sometimes, but the problems that they are running into versus, well, we are running into is that because our heels are shorter, we don't really get to like rely on their movement very much. Also because we're endurance hunters and we kind of need to run, we get a slightly flatter foot movement than animals that are like ambush predators, you know. So that's the first paw drawn. I think with that we can actually kind of do it well. I will try using one of the former colorists for a highlighter at the moment. I might even do it in a separate layer so they don't have to erase this later. We do have to go with like a cell shaded sort of thing, unfortunately, but I think that's something we can cope with. What I can't cope with very well is the way that it repeats my actions a little too many times, which ends up with it drawing straight lines and doing weird things, kind of acting like a 3-year-old for software, you know? I'm not too happy with it doing this, but I think we can kind of cope, maybe. I know, I'm gonna hide the details for now and put them in orange so that I can remember that maybe this was a good idea. Probably not. Now let's try a mid-tone for this section. It will have to be like a human. I don't know if drawing a ribcage this extended is good, because that's like, oh look, they're suffering from lack of nutrition. But also you try having a body that humongous and having your stomach be somewhere else entirely. Actually, that's true, they wouldn't have like vital organs in the stomach then, would they? Ah, that's something that Dungeon Mesh goes over as well in its plot, which I quite enjoy in this particular context of, wait, this is actually useful and cool that we both saw this. I need to draw the other side of the ribcage though, and that's annoying. I really don't want to. I'm not going to. I'm going to add some more shading. And then some over here, which isn't the best, but I think will live. And then normally you could sort of put like some fur in here, I guess. Yeah, that's not too bad. With the fur in place, we can kind of continue on where the stomach is. And that might make it look less weird that there's like a little cavern. Well, little compared to the rest of this creature, I suppose. Still, this is very exciting. I've been meaning to draw like art of that type of style for a while, and I'm so glad I like finally get to do it. I do occasionally try again with the like tableware layout, but it's not quite the same. Okay, I have sort of drawn it a little bit off where the ribcage hole is. Oh, shaded. I'm supposed it's actually a hole. But that's also wrong. There's a little bit of, so first there's a ribcage, but then after a ribcage, there's also the so the way that it overextends itself. I'm currently looking at the reference, right? Because okay, let's try something with it. There's a bit more of a sane proportion, but that kind of makes it a little less exaggerated, so I'm not sure that's what I want to go with. I don't think so. But again, it could make sense if I draw the other side. Let me attempt with it. Not too bad, but like, And there's armpits, and then there's this kind of muscle over here, which I have a little bit overdrawn. So I will erase a little bit top off. I'm currently trying to draw the arms as I'm going through this. The elbow. Next is the part of the arm that's like leading towards the hand. And we'd have to, do this sort of thing because stretching or something. It's very similar to what the original pose of the reference is, just like lying down and worse, and also actually the more I looked at it, the less similar it is. That's fine though. That is good. It means we're doing original work. There's like a bunch of muscles in your upper arm, and so it's at these times where it might seem like I'm drawing something a little bit weird, but it's actually because the muscle is from, well, a different group because you're seeing it from the top here. Hello! It's very nice to see you here again. How's it going with the Artfight and all? I saw your like video the other day of, well, yesterday actually came up, of all the attacks you were doing. Well done. We're currently drawing a monster of some kind, I suppose. It's Malgore, but we can't really do much more than that anyway because of the constrictions of our drawing software. So, monsters are really good for drawing when it comes to working with something this temperamental. Oh, there's also wings. I forgot about the wings. I mean, it's not that big of a deal for a variety of reasons because it's a shapeshifter that we're drawing. But like, I have a couple. I have like an attack list on to post on ArtStation that I don't because I filmed yesterday and I forgot. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of attacks. Huh? That's good. Something is consistent in this week's universe, you know? Oh, okay, wait. Is that? Yes. Yes, I have, I don't know, this intelligence, but an understanding of where anything is. Oh, great, I figured it out. There's a shade behind the silhouette of the, like, humanoid part of the monster. Surprised I'm not burnt out. I'm taking breaks when needed. Yes! Oh, well done! I'm so proud of you. That's great. Because I remember when you came on the first stream, and it was also a big word. Oh god, please don't erase yourself. No! Why would you do that? Okay, yeah, sure. I didn't even do anything to stop it from that time, which is weird. I guess I realized its mistake. My software, which is cool. Oh, no, okay. Go back. Color yourself in. Now the next part will be the part with the paw. Where the hell did they draw it? I think it's over here, maybe? Is that it? I think so. I might hide it and see. Oh, okay, it was. So with that in mind, that would mean, and then one more line over here. Okay, now whenever it puts itself back up, that'd be cool. I see you're a fan of Witch Atelier. Yes! Oh my god, yes! I've been a fan of it since like the manga as well. It's still coming out. I'm so sad I can't be like up to it on ongoing sometimes, because I'll like go through it really fast and binge it, and then I'll forget about it for a bit, and then I'll forget which chapter I'm on, so I end up rereading. Also, I have one weird person who like takes heavy inspiration of my art and art style, and I even took heavy inspiration of the attack that I made for you. Aww. I mean, on the other hand, the way that I'd look at it is you're inspiring. I'm doing like finger guns, you know? Hey. It's the thing because like I know I come from like a game art background, right? And in it, when it comes to a lot of modern what's called, I'm sorry I would like stop drawing for a second, but I do need to translate the thought process. In it, when it comes to a lot of concept art and the way that modern concept art is done, it's a lot of collaging, and a lot of like sometimes they'll even reuse their assets or make their assets into brushes and things like that. So I know there's like a bit of a disconnect that I feel now coming back into the indie art scene between what people consider ownership of their own like artwork, which is partially because in a professional setting you don't really own the IP, I suppose. But yeah, they are a super sketchy person. Ooh, that's unfortunate. I hope they like genuinely improve. Oh, that being said, for Artfight, if they do like tracing, or you can, I guess, accuse them of tracing because it's there, it doesn't count as an attack, I think. So you can report them to the staff also if they're really, really sketchy. And that'll, because that's against the Artfight rules in general. That's part of the reason why I don't even like download any of the references I do. I'll look at them at the top and I won't get any that I'm just like tracing over or anything, even for the realistic ones, you know? Because you can take like stock photos or whatever, but like part of the reason I don't do it, especially for Artfight, is because it has rather like I want to say strict and a bit vague, but they're not really that vague. There's just like a few of them rules, especially this year about it. I reported them, but the AF staff does nothing. Oh, maybe they're like really busy and it'll catch up to them though, because it's only been like a week of Art Fight starting and there's so many people to it. Surely they'll like, you know, I imagine they'd have like a really big backlog, right? There's a lot. Hmm. You're still the originals though. You got them out like quicker and faster and better. I have to do the same where I actually draw, which is oh wait, how do line pose work? They're not a line actually. I'm using tigers as a reference here instead. Hmm. With with the tigers, what do we want to do? I want to be drawing the arms. I don't want to be drawing the tiger paws again. I might actually just go on to moving. I will zoom in soon to use the size 5 brush instead. It happened last year too, and even then I reported them. Oh, so they're wow. Wow. Wait, can you block an art fight? Because then, like, if you could, then they would stop seeing your art, period, and then they can't do that. Can you do so? Is that a thing we can do? I don't know. First, get on it. I'm gonna zoom in. I'm on my way to the beach here now, but I can watch your stream still. Ah, that's lovely. And also the beach, wonderful times. Wonderful. I've been meaning to go recently, actually, but I haven't quite gotten to. There's one like really nice one, which for some reason is called like the island beach, but there's no island. It's a river. I don't know why, but like it's cool. I wanna go there. Yeah, I block them, but then they still stalk me. That's dedication. Jeez, that is dedication. That's commitment. I don't think I'd be that committed personally to like stealing art. You know, though, I do know from like experience of like having one of my siblings is really, really young, and so when they were really small, like first learning to draw, they had the access to like a tablet, for example, which is not really a good combination. But like siblings, there's not a lot that I could do in terms of authority on it, right? Anyway, and when they were learning to draw digitally, I do know because they've told me about it or they confessed their sins about tracing and coming back. Um, so it could be that they're learning to use their layers and other things through that way. If I'm being really optimistic, it's like very long ass story too. I'm working on the Google Docs with all the proof. Ooh, this is gonna be epic. You know those like epic expose sort of videos, or you know like the internet drama you stumble onto randomly. Ah, go away, please. I don't want to know the new Excel news of Edge, Microsoft Edge, I suppose. One day I will switch to Linux. One day. Because it's getting really annoying. It's like a, what's called a virus at this point, you know? Okay, we have, I'm not happy with the head. I'm not happy at all. I'm changing it, because I know better than that. I can draw heads-ish. But now the issue is, the more, like, accurately I treat it to anatomy, the worse off I'm gonna be when it turns out not that good. Because of, again, aforementioned limitations where we have to do things. Yes, it's a drama, but like mental fuck or something. It's been going on with years. Maybe that's part of the reason they do it, though. Hopefully not. I mean, I don't know the story. Sometimes I know that like a lot of the time I got away from drama by simply just not engaging in it initially, which is, I think, partially in the fact that I just don't have the people don't get a reaction out of me very easily in that kind of way. But like, it's very unfortunate of a situation, so I do wish you luck. Where's the hit? And then I'm not going to draw the skull in because that coincides with the arm, and that's kind of stressful and weird. This is for a head. This is good enough, I think. We will make. Ooh, I can make the head blacked out, like grayed out a little bit. That'll be cool. Mostly because like it's also good self care to not give people, I guess, the ability to fuck with you sometimes in so many words. But also it's a lot. It takes a lot, including circumstances. Oh wait, yes, that's a good neck shadow. Oh, good enough for us. And then I'll probably draw some more of the like armpit part, although there should be more highlighter in that area to make sure it's clear. There we go. That's improved. I'm a bit worried I'm using the wrong colors for this, but not worried enough to change myself particularly harshly. Oh, there we go. It's already turning out quite nicely. Yeah, I tried to do the doc to explain it all, but it takes so much work because to backstory and everything. Yeah, it sounds like it would. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. With Witch Hat Atelier though, it's such I like it because it's like got a hard magic system, which is my favorite thing ever. Because I really liked to study when I was young. Um, and so like it sparks that area of my brain. And partially the reason that I like to study was because of all those like magical stories that I read was based in like dark academia settings or similar to that. And it was so cool. And so I wanted to like also be like a magic professor in a way, I suppose. It's cool that I kind of get that like ability now in a way, because Witchhead reminds me a lot about drawing. Actually, that's another part that I really like about it. Is the stories are like, how do I say this? Like they tackle in their smaller arcs, because there's the big overarching arc with like the big bad evil guy that is the Brim Hat, and then there's the medium arcs of like the disability and what it means to like have power structures and how those are used. And then there's the third littlest aspect that is like things like dealing with art block and getting better at, drawings or different techniques, which is so cool. Which had a Atelier infected my brain the moment I picked it up. Yeah, real. That's so well. You know why it also did for me though? It's because they use a lot of Bronze Age, like style of. I don't want to say art, but like the what's it called? Like the clothing. There we go. Clothing and architecture. And that is so cool because it's such an underutilized point that you could use for fantasy. And it works so well with contraptions and everything else. Not to mention it's just like a good reference for a time where community and like the way that community was formed was very different from say like medieval fantasy times. Still waiting on the Tetya backstory. I know, right? Like I'm like very excited for it in a way, not even because like I think maybe it'll be traumatic, maybe it won't be traumatic, but like because in either way I'll be very excited and happy for her. For me, it was the line art that's so flowing, gorgeous. I know, right? Like genuinely, I love like it's not even just the line art for me because the line art reminds me a lot of some of the old masters which I have studied when I was trying to get better at sketching, but it does remind me also of like sorry, it's not just it reminds me of it, it's that the framing of all of the art, like the pages, is so amazing. The way that like Kiefer breaks the fourth wall a little bit with like the hands over the panels and other things like that, and they make the story flow so well, and then they add to it, and they're so intricate. It's like looking at a piece of Renaissance art. Ah, it's so good. But yeah, like they were dealing with art block in one of them, and they were dealing with like inspiration and how as you get like better at art, you might, and this comes from a lot of like creative hobbies, where as you get better, you might forget why you did them in the first place, and that makes you a little burnt out. That's the thing that I got dealt with like later, I think. Um, and in a similar ways, the part about like drawing circles, for example, I looked at it and I was so excited about it because that's the stuff we learned in like game art school, where before you draw, like practice drawing circles, the lines, or other things, and that'll make sure that you draw them like better and faster when you actually do it. And it means like every time before you start drawing. I don't personally practice it because I don't got the thing for it, but like I saw it and it was such a cool like callback for me. For me, I'm on my way to the beach, but it's raining. I mean, it could be fun, but it's damn. Imagine you left when it wasn't raining. That's such a shame. Okay, let's try using number 5 for this. Look, the way that this is turning out in terms of like the arm, not as ideal as I thought it would be, but it kind of looks more like a skeleton, which is good because the name of the like character and the person from whom this attack is done, because they share, I think it's like a stone of some kind, is corpse flower, I think. So it kind of looks a little bit more like bones poking out this way, which is also really neat. You know, I'll keep that gray as an action line. I know it doesn't need one, but I'll keep it there for now. Now next is a few bit of light on the chest area, because like there's a highlight over here. Right, this way, this is pretty good. I really like Tetya's arc, like among the small arcs as well, because her arc is the same reason that I had when I was a kid. There's a lot of like very different ways that I relate to all the characters in Wish Had a Tailor. One of them for Tetya specifically is the part about like she wants to do simple magic that makes people happy, and that was so right, you know. There's growing up. There's like people who tell you sometimes. There's like, especially if you grow up, I suppose, in that time where like there was a big debate about participation trophies and whatever, because that was a big thing. Um, Maybe there's still debate about it now. Actually, you never know. But like about it, a lot of people like you can do anything, but when it comes to anything, they really mean the things that they consider to be impressive and not the things that you specifically want to do. You can probably tell that I relate the most to Rishi out of everybody, because like Rishi is just me when I was a kid as well. I knew that I was growing up and I didn't really want to do so because it didn't look like a fun time. But now I think I understand a lot more. It's like being grown up is very, very good. Oh, look at that. Okay, it's working out. It's working out. It's working out. I know that's not particularly like, I don't know, deep or whatnot, but it's because I'm in the middle of touring, so I can't really formulate a full thought in favor of having my mind preoccupied with the quality of the art sometimes. That's like a collarbone thing I'm trying over here, and I think it's working out. But yeah, Tetya's, I was so happy for that, like to hear that. There's a lot of times where I was reading Wishat and where I was just brought to tears. Sometimes watching it too, because I'm trying to watch it with one of my best friends at the moment. But like, because they don't really do the whole like reading media as much. I prefer to have like almost exclusively audio media most of the time, and I can't really sit down for it very much to get very busy. So it's good. And that way I can share it with them. I was really scared when the anime first came out for it because the first trailer was just animations of the manga, and I thought that was like what the rest of it is going to be like. It was terrifying. It was dark days. But now I understand that that's just kind of how they do the first trailers for this sort of things. Because I know that the girl she liked was actually a guy. You know, the Green Yuri has had a similar thing with their first trailer, and then in the second trailer, whatever that is, we'll get more of it. You know, I've seen like bits and pieces of the trailer, but I'm trying not to spoil myself too much with it. I did read a large part of it, but I don't remember if it's still like ongoing or not. Because I remember the author was like having some trouble figuring out whether they wanted to continue it or if they wanted to move on to a new project. I'm really happy that the like they've got the permission from Nirvana to have their songs in the openings, which is just so cool and so like very much on brand for the series itself. Because for those unfamiliar, the in the girl she liked was actually a guy. The girl that's actually a guy works in a record store and like listens to a lot of those kinds of like music. It's almost explicitly referenced, um, and so that's quite neat. I think that's exactly what like everybody would have wanted in there, and honestly, so sweet. I don't know if the arm is above the head. I think it is. In which case, I'd have to like draw in the elbow here. Is it ideal? Probably not. But wait, actually, I could add a highlighter in the middle, and that would solve our problems. If it would just let me switch colors. Color, 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 color. I'm trying to switch to light gray so they can put the highlighter in, but it's... There we go. Mm-mm. I joined in a few months before the release year of the anime was announced. Sick! For which hand? Yeah, I figured. That's so cool. I don't remember when I first learned it because I kept rereading it, and also time is very difficult. Okay, so over here, I'm trying to put like that, because that part at the top will be shadowed because the lighting is coming from like the middle of the page a little bit. Not there, just like a little bit from the middle of the circle that you currently see a little bit off screen. And so the next part, like of the arm that I currently have in gray, is in gray because it's overshadowed by the front elbow part of the arm. And then there's more shadow where there's a crevice, where it's just shadow from all sides. What program is that? This is Clip Studio Paint. I use the EX version specifically because this is the one that allows you to animate the most. But it's also the more expensive of the 2 packs that they have. They also have one-time purchase and like a bunch of other things, including free trial. And if you don't have, like, you can still try the program out even if you don't pay for it. You just won't be able to export PNGs sometimes, because I know that when my plan runs out, because I use the plan one instead of the one-time purchase. It also is really good for when they have a bunch of updates, because all the updates are really like nice. They've had a tweening one recently, then a few more. I think soon they'll even have mesh movement, and it'll be sick as hell. That's my prediction anyway. You know, as close as you get to Life 2D. Ooh, I need to. You know what I need to do? Other than, I need. Okay, I need to do a few things here. I'm gonna add ribs, which is like among none of the three that I was going to do, but it might as well be. And a little bit of polish over here, and now I can add. I don't know if I like that particular crease in there. But yeah, because I use the program sometimes for animating, and there's a limit for frames if you're using the Pro instead of the EX. That's fine. I like the every time they have an update, there's so much useful things to it. Recently, they've had one that allows like Procreate users to switch pretty easily. I find personally annoying because I moved here from like Photoshop, you know. But yeah, long time ago. I'll try adding a couple more over here. Actually, that one needs to be in black. Or does it? No, it definitely does. I don't know why I was questioning myself. Come back, locking the layer, and then unlocking the layer. There we go. Right. Actually, it needs a little bit more because the middle is not colored in. I don't know what to do with the rib cage. I mean, on the plus side, there is the like belly button. I think this thing does have, which is funny because that's not where its belly is. I wonder if it's like a decoy belly button. You know what I mean? I think Dungeon Mesh would have probably went into that. No, Delicious in Dungeon. It's funny. Oh wait, the other day I was at like, I think I was listening to some music, right? And one of the songs, the person announcing the songs, said Chainsaw Man for it, right? But they said it in Ukrainian, and it was my first time hearing what Chainsaw Man was in Ukrainian. So I completely forgot it. Like immediately, it went through one ear, got processed into English, and then came out the other ear in what's called in Ukrainian that time. Thank God. I don't actually know the Japanese name of it, so small mercies. Because then I'd be probably totally confused. I still need to finish it, which is the unfortunate part. Oh yes, and then I can throw ribs this way. Oh, see, I can figure it out. I say, but actually there's a few moments over here that I need a little bit more clarity on. Yes, I'll try adding in like a sternum, I think with the lighter color for a little bit, if it'll simply follow my instruction. Which it will. I have full trust in it doing so. There we go. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, it's turning on a little bit. I can see it in my mind's eye. Actually, I need to color that part black. Lock yourself layer, lock yourself. It's not actually locking. What is this called? Lock transparent pixels. Okay, it is locking. I was right, and yet also wrong. I'll deal with it for now like this. And then let me come back and put in the highlight because it's infringing on it and I'm not comfortable with that particular aspect. Now that we have this, I don't actually... I don't remember if I want to put a highlight or a shadow in there. I think a shadow might actually do us better. Alright, let's pick our shadow color and hope that it works out. Oh, it does. Oh, sort of. Hmm. There we go. I'm trying to paint in like, I'm not gonna say ribcage specifically because they're not dead. But like, you know, when you're stretching up and perhaps sometimes you can see like the bits of muscle that kind of outline where the ribs are, you know? Although for this thing, it's a monster, so there's at least not like a lot of pressure on getting it actually anatomically correct, which is very good for me, and I don't know about much else. I really like the way that that's outlined. I even appreciate the like accidental bit of black that I put over here. Because it adds a little bit of contrast where it's needed. Okay, I do not like that, but we can fix it and work with it. Actually, no, I did like that. Oh, that works out so good. Hello? Right, okay. So what I'm doing over here by adding that highlighter is now we can kind of separate where the ribs are from where the skin would touch it, which is just so cool. So cool. And maybe a little bit more over here. No, bad idea. Control Z. Yes, oh, it worked out. Thank God. Control Z is always a bit of a risky choice with this. I'm gonna need to take a sip of tea, which is lovely, and you should also hydrate. Alright, with hydration complete, we can now move on to... I actually don't remember what I want to do after this. I was so into drawing the ribs, I completely forgot any other parts of the body that might also need interest. Oh yes, that's good. The like under rib part of it, I suppose. There we go. Yes, that works out. And then I'll add a little bit more over here, which is not exactly ideal in some aspects, but we'll just add more shadow to where we can find out. I'm saying not ideal because they're a little too thin to be like, I don't want to say human because that's not really accurate, and also honestly the ribcage to body ratio because of the ways it's splayed out, and also I will keep citing that it's a monster, is a little off. But oh, is that like a highlighter pass that I've made? Because if that's the case, I'm a genius ahead of my time, and I should probably color it in. I think it might be. I'm gonna try coloring it in, and then if I fail, we can Control Z, and it'll actually listen to me because there was more than enough time in between my strokes to where it doesn't count them as the same stroke, even though it was separate. Okay, let me... I'm trying to be really careful with it because I know there's a bit of a lag on my, like, following my stylus at the moment. Again, it's because, it's not because the software is bad, it is specifically because I'm running on a laptop which is trying to eject itself into space, and having any program kind of slows it down a little bit when I'm also using OBS. If I was using like a computer or something else, this wouldn't be a problem. And it's also not a problem when I'm just drawing on my own. But for now, we're acting with a temperamental software. Ooh, it's working out nicely, I think. I think it's working out nicely. Now let's finish the last stroke and see how it goes. There's a lot of gaps at the moment, but I'm not even gonna really care about the gaps, I think, very much. Or am I? Never know my next move. Okay, there's a couple parts where I know the ribs have gotten a little bit damaged when I was painting in the light, so I'm trying to fix that at the moment. Pretty good, pretty good. And then if I'll take the dark again, because it kind of dug into it in a way that I didn't appreciate. There we go. I might add a little bit over here of the dark, because that's the crevice that doesn't have any way of touching as light. There we go. Okay, now that that's worked itself out. I love how like it still looks very stylized. I wonder if I should add a little bit more black around it. Like a part of me says yes, but the other part is not sure. I'll just note it down. Where's my... I'll put it in a separate layer. No, I won't. There's no point in putting it in a separate layer. I just know where I want to have my other stuff. Okay, point over. That pointing arrow is not quite aimed at the correct thing. Let's wait for the Control Z to take its effect. This has been very useful for using Control Z like less excessively actually. Connect the two, and then I can write down a little one. All right. Dark question mark. I love how you can't see it on the bright pink background, but I don't want to change the color because then I'll probably forget that it's a footnote. Okay, Alt to make sure it doesn't accidentally select, like, no, Control that. To make sure it doesn't accidentally select the elbow, because that would be horrible, and I would not want that. And we can move it. Dark. Okay, you know what? Control that. I'm going to resize it to smaller so they can fit it next to the arrow. And there we go. Okay, and then Control D to deselect. Oh, that's what D stands for. Oh, I'm a genius. Actually, wait, I need to also on my, I have this one layer that I'm using as a color palette, I say, while also completely ignoring it. And to it, I need to add my outline color before I forget it, because I really like it and I don't want to forget it, because it'll get lost in my color palette really badly. Let's put you like over here or something, to where it won't bother everything else. Very good. Alright, back to drawing whatever this thing is. It's turning out so nice. What the hell? It's like nicer than I expected it to be, you know? Oh, and I still need to make sure to lock the layer so nothing can mess with it. Marvelous. Now that it's locked, I'm entrusted with drawing one more paw. But now I need to imagine how a lion would hold its second paw lying on its side like this. Okay, so over here, over here, over here, and then one more over here for where its heel would be, but also that heel is way too far, so let's go back and erase like a fair bit of it. So, fun fact, people think that the knees are backwards, and I've said it once more, like way ages ago. But this part that people think is a backwards knee is actually the heel. So the knee itself is actually more over here, which is kind of cool. We have the same thing with our heel, technically speaking, but practically speaking, because we're not ambush predators, it's evolved to be a lot shorter, so it doesn't actually look like a heel compared to like the rest of our proportions, you know? In a way. Alright, if I was a tiger... Okay, there's a bit of an issue with the way that I've drawn it so far, so I'm just gonna cut it and then paste it in case I actually like it later. Control X, Control V, Control D. Now that I've experienced that, let's try one more. I'm gonna put it in orange. Actually, I wonder if our old orange is still holding up. It's not. I'm so glad I can delete it. Or can I? I live in fear. I think I won't. Alright, if I am a tiger... Yeah, I was correct, but then something about it was wrong. But I was right, though. Yeah, that's correct. And then let's try one more time. It's a little bit hard. Actually, that's not too bad. And once more. So with that being the back thing, I suppose. If I'm a tiger and I have a paw and I'm lying to the left, the paw would bend. I'm like looking at my hand at the moment, trying to figure it out. The paw would bend downward. And if we go from paw to like Klishatka, I don't know, it'll go upwards after the bend in paw, which at the moment is a little understated. Let's go with that. Okay, it'll go upwards, where it'll settle into that. Okay, so the main issue is that this is too sharp. Let's try it, because I know it's still a... Yeah, no, you know what? Fair enough. I did not need to erase anything less. Yeah, sure. Let's try with... I want to say number 5, but it's going to be number 10. Yes, follow what I have drawn. Yes, good enough. I forgot that I was using number 5. I was getting a bit worried on whether or not it was number 5 and number 10. By numbers, I just mean the like pixel diameter. Yeah, okay. I'm having it like sort of curl its toe in, I guess. It's control that. I think I've been looking at it for too long. It started to like melt my brain. I'm gonna hide it again, and then I'll move on to some other piece of the drawing so they can come back to it later and figure it out properly. Now, there's a couple questions that I actually have about the ways they formed that back that's connecting to the human back, like specifically the part that's not colored in. But I don't have any really answers for it, so I think I'll move on to coloring in the like stomach and tail, which at least is easy enough, you know? It's within the bounds that I've already made up, and I just kind of have to color in most of it. Marvelous. There we go. Pretty good. I hope this is like the actual... I'm using the wrong color, aren't I? Let's color drop. Yes, I was using the darker color. And we'll now block it again so they can color it in the proper color. They're all shades of gray, but there is a big difference between like black gray and the proper gray. So with that in mind, let's continue coloring in. This backside of the tail is obviously unlit because, well, where is it getting any of the light? If it's a rounded second B, there's another pole in the way of it. We're missing a pole, but I think that would be underneath the tail, so I'm not that concerned about it. Now, there's a couple issues that we will be facing, called backlight. And the issues with that is, we're working with only 3 colors. And light that is bouncing off of something else, I'll usually color a different color that is similar to the other thing it's bouncing from. But we only have 1 color for light. And so it'll look... I don't know if it'll look weird if I draw it in there, where only bouncing light is. I'll try going with like a darker gray first to figure out like an outline-ish, because the bouncing color would have to be behind that. Lovely. I would probably have to actually draw in the, I guess, cut in the tail. I don't think I planned this far, which might be my problem. Wait, no, okay, hold on. If I do it this way, kind of like a cartoon steak from the Madagascar movie. Yes. Only difference with it is that I've currently positioned it in a way that's not really connected properly. So I'm gonna Control T it with the selection and move it in a way that is connected to it properly. Actually, allowing a little bit of space between it also builds this kind of idea that it's connected, and it does so in a very clear way where it's not overtaking itself, which means I'll probably color that in with a lighter color when I'm going with it. But it'll be a medium color, so not a highlight. And let me erase a little bit more of that. I wonder if I should color in the like cut through parts with pink or something. I don't think so. That was definitely not the plan anyway. I'm getting a bit sick and tired of like the sheer amount of gray now though, so I'm just gonna switch my color. Like, there we go. Brown, better than gray. I really like colors. I really don't like not working with colors. But I do have to do it for this, because contrast. And also because the OC is black and white, so, yeah. Please select a color. Do y'all say color or color? Or color? I have no idea how they do it. I know there's a difference between like the British and the American way of pronouncing it. But it's mostly... Okay, partially it's a difference in writing, which we all know happened because of the typewriter thing in the US, where they would charge you per letter, and thus a lot of the English vocab got shortened. But I don't know, there is a bit of a pronunciation difference because there's accent differences, but I don't know if it's dependent on the actual, like, if you can hear it in the same way that it's spelled, because English is weird. Okay, let's try with the gray that's not a highlighted color first. Okay, I'm gonna go back to size 5. Size 10 is annoying me. I can't do the little details I want to, and it's a little too brash. You know? Too thick. Hmm. Oh, actually, another thing about Witch Hat that I absolutely love is its creature design. I really appreciate it. I don't think the anime does it justice, personally. Because, like, in some places, I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm glad the dragon is blue, I guess. Although there's still something that they've missed out about the dragon. You can tell that I like the manga a lot more than I like the anime. Isn't first. I like the accents, okay? I do. But, like, the manga is just perfection, and the anime can only ever hope to reach it. Which is sad, but, true. So. Anyway, the creature designs in it are so good, and they do have a lore reason, which is also really neat, you know. But like, for example, they're birds with the multiple pairs of wings. They're so cool. And then the deer, like, there's subtle differences in it. Where at first you're like, oh, that's a deer, and then you look into it, and it is so gorgeous, and it's not actually a deer. And like the ears it has is different, and like the way that it's colored and it's kind of like a little bit shaped, and that is because it goes with the background so well, and it makes everything feel so magical. I love them. I love them so much. Mm. So, I just was thinking of this as we're going through designing the creature. Where's if I am a creature with a tail and I have backlight, where the hell is it? Okay, it's over here. And it kind of digs in, and I will have to draw over it for it to dig in because it's in stripes and not in like diagonal things over here. Mm-mm-mm. Am I even using the right highlighter color? I think I am. Thank God. All right, and then let's color in this particular area. Yes. I think the backlight will work for us, or at least I really hope it does. If it doesn't, I will be a little bit mad, but we will be able to work it out through trial and error. This actually helps me a lot with, I think this is the sort of thing I should be doing with my polished pieces before they become polished, you know? Because usually I'll go with like composition, line art, and then I'll just go straight into it, which is the same thing I'm currently doing a little bit, where whatever I'm done with, I'll be done with it. But I think it would be a lot better to block it out in this kind of way that I'm currently doing, you know? But then again, they use completely different types of drawing for that. Okay, I could try adding like scales, which is technically a little bit out of line because I don't think it's kind of based on a cat, which I don't know if you could guess from this at all. And it's not my error; it's because the monster like part of it kind of isn't really cat shaped. I think it takes a lot of more inspiration from Chinese dragons, or even actually some Mayan dragons are really cool. Because there's the ones with the wings. I completely forgot the name, I'm sorry. But yeah, those are quite neat as well. Okay, we have backlight. And we have hope in humanity, also known as me, to carry this through and make sure it works out quite nicely. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then we take the highlighter color. We pretend it doesn't bother us, and we color in. Mm-hmm. So finally, after so much talking of backlight, we get to actually color in backlight. Or shade in. I feel guilty saying color in when I'm not using colors. It feels wrong. It's like false advertising. It's all black and white. I mean, it could be color in your imagination, actually. But then again, maybe that would be doing it a disjustice and a disservice. English is such a weird language at times, because sometimes you can really use it in a way that compound languages can be used, like adding a dis or an un at the start of something to mean a negative of it. But most of the time, you really can't. You just kind of have to memorize words for everything, which is so weird. Same goes for like sentence structures, I guess, because they don't really. English doesn't follow its rules, right? But like, uh, it still has them. And whenever it's not following its rules, it's following some kind of template. And that template, let's be honest, 50% of the time comes from people who use English that like have made like I don't want to say accents because that's not. They're regional deviants of like deviations. Deviant sounds bad. Deviations of English, which is okay. Like that's pretty good. You want to have that. You want to be able to communicate in between yourselves. It just makes it a bit more hard because it's acts like it's a standardized language, except for when it isn't, which is 90% of the time. And that can be annoying if you're learning it, or even just like if you're speaking it too. I know a lot of people who speak English also get like annoyed with English. I mean, as their first language, you know. Hmm. I've moved on to coloring the shadow part of the tail, and I gotta say, so far it's looking nice. I don't know if I'm just like a little bit deluded because I don't see it connect to the rest of the leg whatsoever. But I think we'll be good. I do know that I've just drawn something a little bit where it shouldn't be, which has finally shown up on the page. So I'll erase it. Yes, wonderful. Wonderful work. Not bad. Alright, with that in mind, now that we have this, I need to understand where the actual lighting goes. No, I don't. Partially it'll be a little bit of shadow from the lag, because while I say the light is from the middle, and it is, the lag will also have a little bit of shadow cast on this thing. Because it's like, imagine it as middle and then like raise it by about 30 centimeters if you're thinking about this in Blender terms. Which is weird, because like, I think I might be the only person who has to think about this in Blender terms and then knows the exact number for it. Okay, when I was, some of my classes in university, right, we have this exact same thing with our professors, where we'll look and they're like, oh, what's wrong with this? And they're like, raise it by 5 pixels. Like, how do you know this? How? And it's always correct. It's even worse when it's just numbers where it's like completely, it's not even 5, it'll be like 28 or something. You'll be like, how do you know? But now I know, and it just comes with like 3D to 2D art. Which is so cool. But like, so cool. So yeah, if you were imagining this as a 3D model in Blender, which they do come in gray, actually, when you're like first kind of modeling them, it'll be raised by about like 30 centimeters. The pin light. Not pin light, it's, pin light is the more efficient one, but it's like a, it actually could be named pin light because Blender can be weird sometimes. No, it's the light that doesn't, that is not contained. It's just like a sphere. That one. Maybe it is pin light, because then there's point light, which would be different. How do I know that I'm a bit scared of this also having like a backlight thing. I think I want to finish drawing the second leg before I'm done with it. Please work out. I know how to draw. Wait, actually this turns out really nicely if I'm correct, is what I think it will do. Please? Okay, wait, hold on. Well, it didn't really do itself, but that's okay. I'm gonna paint it in one of our midtones, and I'll add black where it needs to be. Probably? No, wait, that's a bad idea too. No, actually, I won't. I know what I'll do. I'll add a little bit more of the silhouette of the third pole, and that'll do it. Yeah, that gives you like an illusion of this being a functioning lag, which is all we need. The weather's so weird today. It's like warm and then it's cold and it's warm again. Can't wait to take a break to regulate it at some point. Alright, with that part of the lag done, now we need to shade it. I'm really trying to process how that would be shaded, because it can't be... Okay, this part over here and below will have to be shaded. That's just how it goes. Give or take, right? I can't say that it's going to be one-to-one accurate to a 3D representation of it, but give or take, this is how it goes. So that part below will have to be shaded. That means anything up there and above would have to be light, except it works weird. This part over here will have to also be shaded, and that'll have to be like a whole thing. Please don't draw random lines from where I was drawing. Clip Studio, please. Thank you. It's actually been a very well-behaved 3-year-old today. I think it might actually be a 3-year-old, because I've had it for about 3 years. Actually, maybe 4. Do 4-year-olds still get annoying? I think by 4 they kind of start to try to listen to you. Maybe that's why. It's turned 4. Everyone congratulate Clip Studio. 4 years old. I'm starting to listen to what I'm saying. Mm-mm-mm. Now, I don't want to add like an actual, but it has to be, but it doesn't. Mm, it's a thing. Okay, let's try with some light over here. Because there's some parts that I know will have a backlight on them, so I can start working based off that. Great. Now we know that there will be a gray up there somewhere. We just don't know where. So start graying it out a little bit. Okay, this part over here will have to be also light, so I'll start drawing that in, which will be lovely. Oh, I can't wait till it like starts clashing into the ribcage because it'll look so polished and nice when it does. That'll be delicious, sort of. As much as anything gray can be delicious. It's kind of like smoke, isn't it? I imagine gray art would kind of taste like smoke. But then again, I don't know. It's a whole thing. All right, pretty good. I don't like the way that it in particular acts, like the end of that shading. I don't like, but that's something I can fix real quick with a few brush strokes and one at number 5. Get to number 5. Right. There we go. Beautiful. Now that we have worked with that, we can color in the rest of it. uh, let's go back to number 10 because I want to color and touch the like darkest part of that. Also, sorry for the like background creaking. My mic can be weirdly sensitive. Stop it. Weirdly sensitive. It always is, to be fair. But you know, I try not to creak too much. It's just so exciting, you know, to have it turn out appropriately. Kind of like I imagined it, you know. Maybe I could add like a bit of the no, this is the highlighter. Oh, so that's why. I figured it out. I figured it out. I shouldn't be erasing it though, but like, okay, let's add a few more bits where highlighters shouldn't be so they can, oh, okay, that's not good. Control Z. So, we can add bits where the highlighter shouldn't be without also pressing that shadow that's not quite there yet, but will be at some point. There we go. Huh. Yes, that'll look good. That'll look good. Huh. With looking good, I can start on the midtone. Yes, that's what I can do. With the midtone, I want to move back to number 5 because I'm scared of using a thicker brush for it because I wanted to do the details without like crashing into everything else. Yeah, turning out quite lovely. It's like first of 2 to 3 attacks I want to do today, on like, at least as far as the stream is concerned. Because there's a few more that I want to do off stream when I can use my software to its full potential. And that'll be so sick. Although, honestly, at this point, it's getting really used to streaming somehow. Or either that or I'm getting really used to its little, you know, quirks and caveats, which I think might actually be the truth. And in doing so, oh no, that's the wrong color. Okay, go back. Should I control Z? I think I'll risk it. Oh, that kind of looked nice though. No, I'll definitely risk it. Let's wait for the control Z to work. Hopefully it'll be today. If we're lucky, it'll even be this week. Can you imagine? The control Z working within such a short period of time. Wouldn't that be marvelous? I'm afraid to press it again though, because if I do, it'll control that twice and then I won't be able to do anything. I will also save it while it's going through its trials and tribulations. I think it might have just forgotten to control that, but I'm not about to challenge it, so I'm gonna lock the layer after it's done saving and go over it in the proper color. Well, who knows? Maybe it'll do it good, you know? Maybe the drawing needed a highlight over there. I might add more shade later. Because first you go with like the 3 flats, and then after that you add more flats until it kind of looks smoother if you want to. You know, absolutely don't have to. Now, where was I going with this? Right, it saved itself. Now I can lock the layer. So now I can color it in. I keep forgetting not to fidget and lean on my chair. Color itself in. Yes, that's quite lovely. Oh, praise my hand-eye coordination. Truly the humblest of start, aren't I? You gotta hype yourself up a little bit, though. It kind of is part of what makes it so fun, I think. You gotta remember to have fun with these things. Especially if you're trying to, like, get good at something, it can be often something you forget. Ooh, yes, fur! I have fur on here. Yes. The fur is working. And I'm coloring in this patch that was also supposed to be dark, and now will be. Oh, it's looking nice. Yes, just how I imagined it. Oh, actually, there's a few caveats that I think I might want to implore. I don't know, perhaps I'd put some more in, but I currently don't think I trust myself with knowing exactly what it needs, because I can't picture it clearly enough. So I'm just gonna go in with the other color. Okay, it's over here. And then I still remember what it was supposed to look like, so I can sculpt out that shape. Very nice. I think I might have done this thing where it repeats itself a little too many times, but it'll work itself out. Now, I don't actually know what to do with the knee, I must confess. I'm entirely uncertain of how that goes. But I think I'll figure out everything else first. Whenever you're unsure, move on to a different part of the drawing. That's my go-to. And it works wonders. Because, like, I often really understand the feeling of when you look at something too long and you have no idea what it was supposed to be or what's wrong with it. You just know that something is. And obviously you can flip the canvas, and that's one way to find out. But in this case, we're not even like trying to look at the entire drawing from a new perspective, but just one piece of it to understand where it's going. So I don't think flipping it would even be nearly as effective. But moving on and then finding it again kind of resets my brain personally. I think it might have something to do with some of the memory things, because I have this amazing and wonderful ability to watch a movie for the first time multiple times. You know? Because it'll just like not be on the surface in front of my memory unless I really commit it to long-term memory, you know? Okay, with this, right? I actually have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing with the leg. I do think I need to start putting in the highlights on the, like, tail, though. That I can do. Let's attempt it. If we're putting the highlights on the tail, first at least anyways, that's how I do my workflow. I first sculpt out the shade, which includes the midtone at the moment. Did you know that which Atelier artist drew for Marvel? That was a really cool piece of information, because that's part of why she's so committed to like having her manga be more available and built with in mind of the international audience. Because she got to work internationally as well, so I think she's got a little more of a connection to it. Oh, okay, that's not, or is it? I don't know. I can't tell actually, because it might be an accidental genius, but I'm very disinclined to think so. Let me scroll and look. Not an accidental genius. Yeah, I'm going to control that. And don't forget the water. Hello. Okay, back to drawing from a drink of tea. I drink tea. You can drink water. It still gets me the same water amount-ish, probably. Flavored water. I'd say it almost counts. What is... Okay. I needed to... Oh, right, I remembered. So mid-tone, and then do a little bit over here so that it really highlights the... Well, highlight, once we get to it. Then I can pick up the highlight. I'm actually not really happy with using size 5 brush anymore. because now it's too thick, but I think that's where I'm getting too fiddly with it, you know? So as a result, I won't be like going back to a smaller brush, because that's how you start concentrating on details way more than actual drawing, and that's how it becomes disproportionate and doesn't end up looking really good at the end. Well, partially it's disproportionate and partially it's because you will tend to forget, or at least I will nonetheless. I think this applies to most people. Forget the overall composition as you focus on the details and the importance of that. And so I will not be going on a size brush smaller than 5 with this, even though I'm very, very tempted. If anything, I can always go over with one of the neighboring colors to make it look thinner, like some of the corners we have over here. So with that in mind, shading of the tail is going really lovely. What the hell? It's actually so good. Hello? Hello? I was not expecting it to turn out this well. And I think that entire part is shaded, but I might go over it in darker colors soon. No. I'm not sure. I don't know, we'll see. So with that, let's keep coloring it in. I'm currently coloring in with the highlighter color, so after that we'll go in with the mid color, I think. Possibly. It gets really confusing once you like just keep doing this for the past, not 30 minutes, who knows? I think it's maybe more than 30 minutes. I don't know. I've been really like having a lot of fun drawing it, so I have not noticed the time passing by. Which is probably for the better. Okay, I'm a little bit concerned about the curvature of this tail if I put this entire part as highlighter, so once I'm done with it and once I'm done with the highlighter on the backlight, I'll definitely go and look into having it covered with more of the midtone. The backlight looks so nice though. Hello? I don't know if it even needs more of the midtone. I think I could like add more scales to it, I guess. I don't know. I'm not quite satisfied with it. Because partially it's the part next to the highlighter, like the part where it breaks in the middle, and there's highlighter on the left and highlighter on the right, that is getting to me. I mean, I'm not against it working like that, so I guess there's that. Oh, wait, I could add more black, but it might be too much. I don't know if black would even work with this. It could be good. I will have to switch it to a smaller color though if I'm gonna work that way, because I want to use it exclusively as an outline, so that is kind of like a highlighter more than an actual color of its own. Like, by highlighter, I don't mean the highlighter in the way of, oh look, the lighting is lighter here. I mean in the way that it like highlights the contrast, you know? Okay, now with that in mind, I don't know, it looks ugly. I might just delete it entirely. See, if I had the ability to use like brushes that have opacity settings, I would be able to do it in a lighter tone and I would be happy. But currently we can't because then it'll flip out. So I'll just control Z a couple times. With traditional art, the focusing too much on the thing that isn't really a problem, what I have is elongation because of the angle I draw it at. Oh, wait, yes, that's smart. So if you want to achieve the same thing with like trying not to focus on the details with traditional art, what you can is start putting your like physical art at an angle so you can literally look at it through a new angle. Because you can't flip the canvas, for example, in the way that you can with digital art. But you can definitely put it on an angle and it suddenly like the weird parts start to pop out at you, which is really cool. Because your like eye and mind's eye gets used to adjusting itself. And we need to counteract it sometimes, or else we'll end up with a drawing and it'll be like, why? Which, to be fair, most of the time is kind of what happens with artists, I think. But this way you can definitely improve your art and your workflow with it, you know. That's very cool tip, I think, as well. What's it called? Okay, we have a good part of it. I still haven't figured out what to do with the other pole, or the pole we already have, so I really don't want to touch it. So, we will be touching some other aspect of this drawing. Actually, I could be working on the other tail. No. What did the like steak shape in Madagascar look like? Because I need to know that for the like cut open tail part. I want to do that. Okay, let me quickly give it a good Google search. Uh, tail. Wait, no, it's not tail. Not tail. Madagascar steak. Madagascar steak. Steak is how you spell steak with an EA. Now, show me images of the Madagascar steak so I know how to draw it. So it's got this like triangle thing. I don't know if it can be trusted as a triangle thing. Probably. I believe in myself and therefore it can be trusted as a triangle thing. Because I'm just not sure how well of a job will do on the like, I don't know, the fat part of the meat, I guess. I don't think it's skin layers, right? I don't know. They're all cartoon anyway, which is what we're doing. It's not gonna be like explicit gore. Um, but like, I'll try using one of my like sticker brushes that it seems to like a lot more because it's got even less opacity settings. And in doing so, I'll color it in a bright pink so they can not be confused about where the scenes. I'm gonna use it as a mask, so all the other colors will be contained. If you're doing like physical traditional art, you can use masks with masking tape, by the way, because I find it really fun, like where the word comes from. You can also mask it out with just covering parts of the drawing with paper or other things so it doesn't bleed through, but it really depends on your medium. Alright, we have enough now to start drawing. Now we just have to wait for the cursor to show up. I know where it is, it's just not where my pen is, and that is a bit of a point of annoyance because it can draw a line directly between where it is and where my pen is, and that wouldn't be really good. Alright, now we can draw it in. Huzzah! It actually looks really nice and poppy with this pink, but I know I can't keep it, and I know that I will not keep it, because I refuse to go down this path again. I keep making the exact same mistake every time, where I'll be like, I'm gonna draw black and white, and then I proceed to not draw black and white, and then I'll keep the colors that I used when I wasn't, when I had that lapse in judgment. And does it look nice at the end? Yes, but only because everything I do looks nice, not because anything else, because I don't do work I'm not proud of, right? That is my like rule with these things. If I'm doing work I'm not proud of, it's sketches and it's not work. And that would not take me the time that just a piece does. It'll at least look aesthetically pleasing even if it has like issues with it, Okay, now that I have it, I can clip it to itself, and so the middle part needs to be made out of gray. Become gray. Wonderful. Oh, it actually looks nice with it, weirdly enough. Huh. Let's hope it still stays that way after I'm done with it. I will take size 10, because I need it to be like a bit thicker. And like, it's kind of a little weird. I'm hoping it's gonna work out. Oh yeah, I think it's looking like a steak already, a little bit. Yes. I didn't go to the beach. It was such heavy rain. We went to the cafe instead, and now I'm drinking my green tea. Oh, that's lovely. Does it have honey in it too? I don't know if they do honey in tea in like cafes. Maybe? I don't know, because I never actually tried. But that's still good to the cafe stuff. It sounds quite aesthetic actually. Because like imagine you're sitting there, right? And you have your nice green tea, and it's kind of chilly outside, but the green tea is like warming you up a bit, and you hear this like nice sound of the rain, just really heavy outside as well. Uh, that'd be nice. But yeah. Oh no, it colored itself in. How dare it actually? So now I'll erase that little line it has decided to draw on its own, and as I have done so, right. Now I can start drawing the like T-bone thing, which I'll go back to size 5 with the brush. They're confusing. I guess technically the bone should be in the direction opposite, but like, I know how a spine works. I can't, on my clear conscience, put it in the ways that it is drawn in Madagascar. English is a horrible language. I can't, I can't in good conscience draw it like this way. It's not right. It ain't, it ain't correct. Damn it, the more I look at it, the more right it looks. But what if it's the other? I can't tell. How about this? I'm gonna finish a polished version of this T-bone thingamajig, and after I'm done with it, I'm just gonna leave it, and then if at the end it looks weird as hell, I will simply change it at the end. So until then, we can have a nice little placeholder. There we go. Not bad. I mean, I'm personally not upset for now. I don't know how I feel about it. Should I color it like a more... There's always the black we use for the sauce. This should make it look more like blood, actually. No, I'm not happy with it, though. I'm now regretting it not doing the white parts in a new layer. But, like... You know what you gotta do, maybe? I don't know. You know what? We're going to leave it, because we're done with it. And if it still looks wet later, we can flip the canvas and find it out when we're done with the rest of the shading. I'm gonna put it in orange also, so they remember to like play around with it. What is this thing? Oh, it's the weird leg they didn't figure out. I knew that's what it was from its position, but like I really thought I'd figure out the leg by now. I don't. I don't. Wait, okay. Hold on. Maybe I can use my like humongous brain power in order to understand what it is that I want to do with it. Maybe. Keyword on maybe. I don't know if that's how a line pull works, I'm gonna be honest. Am I gonna actually have to look at the reference of line again? Wait, not line. I'm working with tigers. Big cats though, they all kind of fall into the same family, don't they? Now the fun part is I'm gonna do something else called the stomach, hypothetically speaking. Okay, actually, the stomach goes underneath the second paw, or the last paw, I guess. I don't know. Depends on where you're counting it from. And there's an issue with it that I'm experiencing, which is that if I somehow drew the paw wrong and I have to redraw its position entirely, that opens up the completely different shading of the stomach, or at least I have to shade more of the stomach area, which is annoying. I'm gonna look up for reference to a tiger's up, and then hopefully fix this paw. Oh, I can replace my Gothic art references with it. Because, like, I was looking at Gothic references for drawing the picture frame we have in that bottom left corner. It's a bit hard to see, but believe it. There's a really lovely book on it. And by book on it, I mean it's just entirely sketches somebody did in, like, medieval times or something. It has no text other than, like, some clarifying what each part is called. If that. With it, we have... Right, tiger, lying. We want them lying down. Not Lily, I don't want Tiger Lily, of course not. Okay, these are too regal. We're looking at... Oh yeah, that's... Okay. I hate tigers, I've decided. Why are they like this? Turns out they can fully extend their arms, because like not all animals can. And the way that they fully extend them is by like... They look like human arms at that point. And that is annoying to me, because I just went to all the trouble. To be fair, they're not lying in that exact same way, but like... Have some understanding towards me, line images from internet. Tiger, goddammit. Okay, I got a great idea for revenge now. I hope I can draw it out well too. Yes! Oh. Yes. That's exciting. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, I'm gonna look at more tiger images. This is driving me up. Wait, tigers, how many paws do they have? Please tell me it's just like 4 and then the... No, please. Please be normal. Oh, you know what's funny? I was trying to figure out how the leg works, and I have intuitively drawn it correctly, but I have logically not logicked through it correctly, which is just very funny to me as an idea. Because it's drawn right, but it's not how I thought the leg was working. So, there's that. There's a learning for us a little bit. Okay, with that, let's go back to the back leg, because that's at least something I can understand. Unlike the front leg. I was growing like a little feud with it, honestly. I will also have to draw a little bit of like the fur poking out. Yes. Oh, it's exciting. Okay. So with that now, is that what I think it is? No, they wouldn't. I wouldn't do that. I would do that. Oh my god. Okay. There's 2 sources of lighting on the leg. That's why I was confused as hell. because they're almost touching. And I only have one lighting color to work with them, hence the confusion. Because like normally I'm not that confused on backlight, because at least it'll be like imagining them into different colors. Oh, it's a bit annoying. Right. And then I can shade it through a little bit. Yes, and by shade it through, I've kind of made it a little bit more furry, which honestly works wonders for it. And then now I have to just shade in this part where the like foot fingers, toes of the lion connect to the rest of its foot. Why is it like this? Not with lions, tigers. I keep giving you false information on accident though, so don't count. Oh wait, I can if I put shading over there, will that work? I'm convinced it will, but I don't know if I'm correct. We'll have to find out the hard way. It's not bad. Alright, with that in mind, I can use the mid color, and then I can kind of go in that, because when in doubt, if I just add a little bit more strokes that make it like give more fur, it gives me at least plausible deniability. You know? God, I hope there's not like a tiger expert watching who's just shaking their head silently and letting me suffer. Or do I? I mean, on one hand, it's convenient because then I don't have to change anything, but on the other hand, I would be so embarrassed afterwards, you know what I mean? Oh, I can add a little bit of the highlighter. Become highlighter. Switch the color. You can do it. Clip Studio, I believe in you and your ability. Yes. Being nice always works, doesn't it? Now, I needed to connect to the weird outline thing I've been going on. Great. And then I can go back to using gray. Yes, wonderful. Marvelous. Yes, and then now that Tobin is also colored in. They're a bit, uh, how do I say this? Odd. Tigers don't typically like to flip their tones like that way. They kind of can. They have the range of movement for that. But like, I'll rejoin in like 30 minutes, then I'm home and I can start drawing again. Ooh, wonderful. Yes, looking forward to it. We'll definitely still be here 30 minutes from now. This is the rate that we're going at, first of all. And second of all, there's more Artfight attacks to do. Oh, this has been going great. Okay, I need to add highlighter, but I really don't want to mess up what I already have, which means I'd be adding it on the layer underneath, of course. But wait, I need to add a couple more edges over here where the previous highlighter ends. Yes. So I'm separating it out because here the shade would be in the way of like the fronter part of the leg would be throwing some shade. So yeah, so far looking quite good. Yes. Now I'll go to size 15 for a bit so that I can just quickly, draw that in without much worry. At least without significant worry, hopefully. It doesn't really like large brushes for the same reason it doesn't like translucent brushes. Just to say partially see-through ones, the ones with like pen pressure and the opacity part. Which is the ones that I obviously like for a lot of very good reasons. But like, we can't work with that. So I will now merge selected layers. Wonderful. And there's something that is missing. And I think I know what it is, but I really don't want to know. If it is what I think it is, I would be... I wouldn't say that unhappy, but like, I'd have reason to be. I think it's that my backlight is actually just shadow, which I would find personally very annoying. So let's make a new layer. Let's make a clipping mask layer so we don't destroy any of the color underneath. Grab one of our darker colors that is not black. I've been using black this entire time. I have, haven't I? Oh, horrible. Horrible. You can even see the difference. Oh. Let me actually go over it a little bit before we continue. Let's see. Yes, I was doing a much darker colors than I actually wanted to. I will also lock this layer so that I can use it on the outline a little bit more. Yep. There we go. Now I'm not leaving the bounds and I can actually draw it properly. There we go. So there's still some bits of black in there, but there's the bits that we can live with. I kind of want to really ground that black so I can't use it, but I genuinely can't, so it cannot be grounded. You know, in the way that you like tell like a misbehaving kid off for being where it's not supposed to, I suppose. Like, you're grounded or something. Perhaps don't. It's better to explain things to children so that they don't repeat them than it is to just meaninglessly do unrelated punishments. But there is some things to it. Alright. What was I going to do? Alright. I was going to shade with dark color over here and hope for the best. I was right. God damn me. The audacity to be correct. Oh, it's like, honestly. So, okay. I need to use like a medium dark over here. I can't believe this. Really, out of everything. How dare. Because I didn't want it to be true, because now it's like blending in a little bit. You know? But unfortunately it is. But there is a way I can mitigate it, actually. I'll lock the layer above, and then I'll use the highlighter color, or a lighter color. Jury's still out on that one. I'll use some kind of color, and I'll color in the outline and not color. I forgot that that layer was also the layer I had the like shade on for the tail. Let's go to number 5 and do a very careful line. Yeah, I'm not mad. Can't say I'm disappointed or anything. Yeah, maybe even a highlighter color if I'm feeling particularly brave. Am I feeling brave? I think this should constitute as brave, shouldn't it? It's not ideal because it still kind of looks weird. But in my defense, it's a monster and also is being eaten, and also its joints being broken is therefore entirely valid. I'm gonna be so annoyed by this though when I'm done. I'm gonna draw another one. I'll change this later. Arrow. Okay, I need to unlock it. Arrow. Change. Later. Wonderful. And of course it goes over my handwriting because it's still a 4-year-old, so that's fine. I'm still so annoyed by it now though. Something's wrong with it, I can feel it. Wait, no, I know what's wrong with it. I know that I'm like, it's so funny to me that I'm going through this cycle of what is wrong with it, and then immediately finding out exactly what is wrong with it mentally. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. I was going to like do a little bit more, but I think it might turn out better this way. If I didn't... Why? Why? And now when I press Ctrl Z, it's just going to delete the entire thing as that. I was trying to switch to a lighter color and then draw over it with that. But I might have jumped the horses there a little bit. I'm definitely adding like a darker color to the body part though soon. Anytime that it decides to actually follow my instruction, press Ctrl Z. I'm gonna save it as well to see which one it does first. If I press Ctrl Z again, the worst part that's gonna happen is actually a bunch. No, the worst that could possibly happen is it deletes my layer. Probably. It's 4 now, it can be trusted with more responsibility, right? I've been through times where it like deletes 3 layers and my entire line of progress. But it's okay. We can always improve things. Control Z, please work. Yeah. Yeah. It did delete that entire piece, which I'm not so happy with because I actually liked it. So I will unfortunately Control Shift that so it redraws it and then manually write it back in. You do what you gotta do, and I will lock it so that we don't have to deal with it anymore. And I will try to erase that. Yes, and then once more over here. Wonderful. And then there was this line, which you didn't like, because it automatically drew itself without me having to draw it, and I did not appreciate that. Which drew itself that way. It's not what I wanted it to be, and I completely lost it. Because I have no way to like go back to the reference that I did want it to be. You know what? It's not too bad. Alright, back to other things that are arguably more important. This part. Which one's lighter? Am what? Why do I have so many grays? Oh, it's probably from an old one. We're not gonna use it. Maybe I should separate them by like selecting some other color and drawing in it so that it doesn't repeat. Wait, I'm a genius actually. Why haven't I done that? I'm gonna wait for it to select green. So now with its green selected, I can draw a little bit, which I'll put it at the front. Now that it's at the front, I can draw, I'll select each of my color palette colors and I'll draw in them. Come to over there. Great. One. Marvelous. Then let's select the mid color and also draw that in. Wonderful. And then we can select the highlighter color and also draw that in, right? Great, so now whatever it is that we're doing will be in front of the green, so I will no longer mix up my colors. I could have done that so much sooner. I guess my brain's also being used elsewhere, trying to calculate where the artwork goes with our what art. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And I get to draw a little bit more of that, and I'll use size 5 because that's the size I can use for smaller details. I'll have to do it a little bit actually, because it's overstayed its welcome. I don't want it to literally be line art. I just want it to work in its places. There we go. Ish. I don't know, it's confusing. I'm trying to work it out, I really am. Okay, go a little bit on the outside of this. Yes. Right, like that. Quite nicely, and it almost blends in as well, which is marvelous. And then, in about 3 minutes, we'll have a major break, so everybody could get some, what's it called? Snacks, first of all. Or, anything else you need to do. Which I suspect you'd be doing anyway, but I also perhaps need those things, So, break, and then we come back after break and we continue. But that's when it gets to 30 past. I really want the eraser to work with me, but I'm scared of touching it again because I don't know if it has gotten the memo to erase yet. I think it might have, and it just... There we go. Not as happy with that. I'm going to control that. I think I was happy with it overstaying its welcome than understating it. That lag. Okay, the issue that we're facing with that particular part of it is that there's too much white. And the reason there's too much white is because it's a flatter part of the painting a little bit. Or at least we made it look flatter. Oh. You know what? I know what's wrong with it. I've got no gas in it. I know what's wrong with it. Okay, so which part's of which? You. I'll try to color it in with dark, which is probably not going to turn out nearly as well, but we can, yes, and then if I eraser brush it, I have a particular idea with it. I think because it's overexposed, we can solve it by exposing it less. So that entire would be covered in mostly shadow, except for very rare back highlight. Alright. So I'm going to erase this very carefully this time. I say, and I'm, failing miserably, but that's okay. Failure is only a stepping stone to success in it. So with that in mind, we can go and erase a little bit more over here. And anything else might have thought important for no particular reason. Great. Now if we go up to here, I will have to once again outline these ones in particular as a dark gray, or black for all of our purposes. And with that, I can go underneath and now use this, what's it called? Actually, I could even go underneath that, right? Yes, I can. I can go to our base color of a thing. Yes. And that's where I can import it to be like a mid color. Oh, it's 30 past break time. I'm just gonna finish this one thing. You know, I've been saying that for like mentally for like the past 20 minutes. So I'm starting to distrust myself on that account. I should really prove to myself that I can take a break, shouldn't I? Coloring it in, coloring it in. Just one last thing, and one more last thing. Go ahead. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. That's okay. It's not okay. I'm not gonna crash out about it though. I'm just gonna delete the underside for a bit. Gonna save it, and then yes, we go on break. Let me, I'm gonna write in the chat in case. There we go. Breakdown. See you in a bit. Hello, I have good news. Actually, a number of them. First is that we're back from break, which is wonderful. Second is that I've had an amazing brownie. Although, oh, they're so good. They're better than like the brownies I had in the country that invented them, honestly. Or, well, close, I suppose. Oh, they were so good. Tea had been had, although the bad news on that account of tea is that we will have to take another break for me to grab some more at some point. The good news is the break was only 5 minutes for this one, but nonetheless. This leg. Hmm, I don't know what's wrong with it. You got no gas in it. Sorry, it's vocal stem search. Ukulele sing. Oh, okay, that's where that is. Okay, so we need to go above that because we don't want to reach that one. Hmm? Mm-hmm. I think a lot more of that will have to be dark gray than I initially planned out. Let me go and select size 5 brush because it's starting to annoy me. There we go. We can kind of work with that. It's a little bit, I don't know, I'm not gonna say questionable and ideal because that's not it. But like, I think there's more than enough reason to doubt it. Specifically where I'm placing that mid-tone. Oh, look, the pen pressure is working again. That's awful. That means a bunch of things that I do not want it to mean. Mostly it's like an error between I'm going to forget to not use pen pressure and it'll be all different colors and that won't be wondrous. You know? And of course we need still to use some of those highlighters. Like so. I don't think it's the worst as far as highlighter placement can go. Although we've had our fair share of trials and tribulations with it, haven't we? At the moment I'll color it in like I thought it would be colored in, but I might break that streak at any point in time from here on out. You know? With that in mind. Not bad. I mean, I guess. It's a little bit hard to tell the position of lighting at the moment for me, for like a variety of reasons. Like a big variety, most of it including backlight actually. Now if I said I'm going to get confused, yeah, I really did get confused. Okay, let's attempt a little bit more polish with it, and then if that doesn't turn out, after like 2 more strokes, I'll just call it a day and move on to some other part of the line. Cause it's driving me insane. What is on my screen right now? What was I gonna do? Okay, let's look at it. There's a universe where it's worse. And not only there's a pity that we don't live in a universe where it's better, I think it's one that we can kind of live with. You know? Okay, let's use some of the dark color where it's supposed to be. Let's put the mid-tone back where it's supposed to be also. It looks horrible now. Oh, I blocked it out wrong. It's so annoying to have to deal with like mid-color and not mid-color. Because like if you shade it too much, it starts looking weird. But if you don't shade it enough, it will also look weird. I'm just gonna go with this for now. It will be what it will be. But that means we're back to trying to figure out the front paw. That's unfortunate. Why did I pick this up again? Alright, because if it's a monster, you can go against an anatomy, I said. Wrongly, mind you. Or was it? Alright. Let's connect this to over here, because actually, they can have elbows, but they're in a straight line. It's like a whole thing. There we go. It can look weird, but that's because tigers are kind of weird because everything is weird. Simply like the way that if you look at something's anatomy in detail, especially from the like opinion of looking at humans all day, it kind of tends to look odd, almost fantastical like, which can be cool. Like, you know. Mm. So with that, we can move forward. And if we're moving forward, yes, oh my god, that's a lovely pool. Oh, finally. I know it still looks a little weird in the like particular poor parts of it, but honestly, it's something that we can ignore, like fully thoroughly, because the main anatomy is now done. We're done. That's it. It doesn't get better than this, which might sound depressing actually. Depends on your view though. To me, that's good because that means I don't have to put much more effort into it. Now, one more issue I'm currently having is this outline of the line is messing with my perception of it a little bit, which is not ideal. I'm going to change this to red so I can remember to take it off entirely later. Now, with this thing on that tiger, finally I've remembered what it is. Lovely. It's not actually a tiger in canon, it's a cat, but it's a big cat, so I'm using tigers as a reference. Oh my god, I'm gonna be so like upset when I have to draw flowers later on this exact same piece. Maybe I'll elect not to do that. Oh, there is one issue that I have come to, which is that the background music has stopped, which hmm, it does so on occasion where it'll forget that it's on loop and decide to go into like the next thing in the playlist. But it's stuff that we can work with. By which I mean I'm currently working with it. There we go. Isn't it lovely? Sure hope so nonetheless. Alright, so I'm actually going to delete the change better thing because like we've tried. I'm sad that the ribs kind of went away because after one of the control Zs I used, it's just not there. Oh, actually, it's not a control Z. It's because I've hidden one of the layers. Because it's hidden. Right. So I'll unhide it now. Where is it? Hello. And what I will do is I'll take this, I will control X, I will control D, I'll go up here, I'll control V. There we go. Perfect. Now I can get back to drawing of the... Did I draw the arm on a separate layer? I wouldn't do that, would I? I did do that, didn't I? Oh, I'm a horrible person sometimes. For myself personally. Because like it's for me to deal with. So let's merge selected. Sweet. Now that we have merged it, we can deal with it somehow. My ass. I'm gonna put my actual drawing tablet in an angle now so they can behold what it is I'm doing. It's getting to a point, you know, it really do. But alright. Let's find our thing. Should maybe go one backwards. I don't like that it takes... No, one forwards. And then I'm gonna go and put my outline back on 100% opacity because I want to do something with the ribcage. Control S. And I'll hold space so it'll let me move around the canvas soon. Hopefully now, actually. If we hold it... Please turn up and don't draw a weird line. Yeah, and you know, it's something I should have known better. I'm switching to transparent to erase it. That'd be great once it actually wakes up to do so, wouldn't it? There are a number of power cuts going through my area. They're scheduled power cuts, so there's that. But it does affect sometimes I wouldn't say the internet per se, but there's just like this thread of that, you know? And it takes the internet a hot second usually to like come back up. And by that point, it's a bit, you know? Alright, so with it... Was it on? Right, we're trying to figure out the rib cage. Let's go up a little bit. I have to zoom back out. Okay, and then I have to move to the side a little bit if it'll only let me and not draw on the canvas. Please. Huh, so it has decided to switch anyway? Perhaps I have forgotten to loop it. Doesn't sound like me though, does it? Normally that wouldn't be the case. Truly. I'll actually have a look at it and see that it continues to do so. Like actually stay on the entire time, or if it's going through itself in a weird manner. I don't really blame it, it's been a few hours. Alright, so I should be able to move this thing along the bottom. Move too far. Ah, wonderful. Okay. Huh. I don't know, start thinking about the backlight. I think that's part of the reason it worked out so well beforehand, is that I wasn't thinking of the backlight. I really have to consider this. The backlight would be in the middle, but then it would be kind of weird. Okay, let's try something. Once it lets me draw again. Which is hopefully soon. Right, with that being the case, and we have our everything. You don't wanna, I'm trying to, cause there's ribs that I want to show. But you don't want to like play too harsh with the ribs, I guess. But also not too soft with the ribs, cause then, I know it's the whole thing. Let me go back to number 10 after this, cause that is way too large. Ooh. It's having some kind of error, it looks like. Which is bizarre. Will we have to pause it here? That would be unfortunate, wouldn't it? Oh, okay. Sweet, so we don't have to pause it. It's figured itself out. That's good. It just seems to be a bit confused. Alright, so with that, there was some more shading I wanted to do. And we'd have to add some more black to the base of it, I think, afterwards. But until then, we can kind of work with what we have. I'm going to control that quickly to see if it's following what I wanted it to do or if it's not. Control Z. Will it work? That is the question. So many questions, so little answers. But genuinely, will it work? On the plus side, I now have a cursor. On the downside, I don't see it actually, repeating for the actions that I wanted it to take. I'll try Control Z one more time, which will probably be hubris, but it could be worth it. If anything, I can Control Shift Z afterwards, which is fair enough. Anything that gets like you're painting across, I wanted to do that anyway, if Control Z actually worked. Oh, I'm gonna grab another brownie. Maybe it'll wake up by then, first of all. Oh, so it was okay. I can't control Shift Z now, so because I pressed the S, Control S button. I will be back because I have been overcome with the need for another brownie. It's a good one now. I'm craving it, Break. Hello, I have come bearing evil news. That which is, I have stolen about half the brownies. And by stolen, I mean were willingly shoved into my hands, but not the point. The point is that I now have a lot of brownies. Oh, they're so good. Mm. It's so tempting, you know? Hello! You've come at such a good time, because my everything is breaking out a bit. So it's good to catch you before it completely shatters. It honestly shouldn't, but like, lovely, excited to draw the thing that you want to draw. The attack. I've managed to figure out how the trigger pose work. Here's the tiger pose. And also I got brownies, which are quite lovely. I wonder if I can like... I'm trying to get it to show you the brownies, but it might be a bit buggier than we initially thought it would be. Ah, it did scroll, but a bit too far. There we go. We're actually not doing too bad for like how many restrictions I've got at the moment, you know? Okay, with it, I was trying to figure out what it is that I was doing with the like stomach and the rib cage. I do remember it, but like, keep shaving away at it. I don't like that. I'm gonna have to control that again. It's gonna have to be done. We will have to wait for it to do it. Unfortunate. Yes, it's done. Please come back. Okay. Maybe if I do it slowly enough, it'll repeat after me in a careful enough manner. No, not really, but it might. Let's try. Slow and steady. Well, not the best, but thank God. It didn't cut it off like it did last time. It's like a lot of concentration, honestly. There we go. And then if that follows, then we have our like leading into the back sort of thing going on. It should be lovely. And it even connected all the lines for me. I didn't particularly want it, but I also did not want it, you know? Because I was going to color it anyway. So this is rather convenient. Even if this kind of stops me from being able to tell what it is that I was going to be doing with it. So if I color in this like one spot, and I look over at my... I'm gonna scroll up a little bit so they can understand. Ah, yes, it's perfect. Great. And then once more over here. Because everything... Oh, that's not good. Well, my fault. And not yours, dear viewer. But, so, we'll sculpt it out. And as let's sculpt it out a little bit. Well, if it repeats after my actions properly. Actually, I forgot what I was going to do with it. Oh, and it also... I don't... Do I... Because it like draws over itself, I get a little bit confused with it at the moment. But it's okay. I feel like me saying, but it's okay is a bit deductive, because at this point you can understand. But then again, people are always getting in and out, so... Always useful. You know? Okay, we have this highlight over here, which in itself is fine, probably. I completely forgot what I was doing with it after it drew over itself. It like broke me out of its strands a little bit, which is not good. Because being in the zone was actually quite helpful. You know? I guess this will be good enough. Alright, I'll make a like a layer underneath. Because I can't be bothered staying in the lines when the lines are nice. And let's go to 25 for some reason. which will be huge, but like, maybe I should have gone with the 10 actually. Yeah, 10, because it's just a lot slower, if nothing else, you know? But it's going outside the lines, which, I mean, it's fine. I'm just gonna erase the part where it went out the lines. It's like an overzealous child now, where it follows my instructions a little too hard, to the point where it's not really following them anymore. You know? As long as I scope this out properly, which should be available. No, go back. Yes, it followed my cursor. Ah, so wonderful. Genuinely doing it. Ah, isn't it great? Waiting for it to actually realize its potential is a little bit annoying though, because like, I just want to color in a very large area at the moment, which I can't with this thing, can I? It only follows my latest movement, and even then not really particularly well. Yeah. Right, and if we colored in... Oh, it's not even doing it at maximum opacity. I really don't want to like press too hardly on my drawing tablet, but times and means. Right. It's just moving on its own, which makes it very sour, if nothing else. But like, that particular choice and/or decision. Oh wait, yes, I can color it in now. And because I'm underneath the previous layer, I have no issue of like having to overcome different lines, because I don't, because the lines are on top. I just need to make sure it actually like touches the other part of this. It's not doing too bad on that account actually, so shouldn't have lost hope. So far we're doing quite nicely. This is just about like the longest piece for all of Artfight so far, and that's been entirely on accident. I think I was just not expecting it to... Right, I was about to compliment it, but it just, you know, made that obsolete, didn't it? Well, it has been acting rather well at the start of the stream anyway, so because of that I had the opportunity to actually do better than I do on average, and so it's been taking a bit more time. But that and chatting with everyone has been great. Now, if we actually draw... Yes! And it drew it, and it almost didn't deviate at all. Well, actually, I don't think it deviated at all. It's just I didn't draw a particularly accurate one that one time. Yes. Wonderful. Ah, isn't that a darling? Now, we can erase a little bit over here where we have messed up earlier, so it stops being so obtrusive about it, I suppose. Maybe one more, perhaps? Maybe one more. It's not really being accurate, is it? There we go. Ah, right. And then just draw a straight line of erasing through it. Actually, that's not on me. I'm gonna control that through it. So, with that, once it's, well, you know, actually do... Yes, there we go. I can start shading the rest of the back as well, which is what I'm currently doing, actually. The main reason I haven't started closer to the paws and the back of the human part is because as I'm going through it, like, I've drawn the initial silhouette of the last paw in the same shade that I'm currently using, which has been, like, not particularly grand. Now erase the color and the number 5 because it is too broad and too brash and it's getting annoying. 5 is normally the type of thing I've been using here, but like I've tried 10 for a little bit because it's been pretty large amounts of shading I needed to do. Let's try one more time. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, wonderful. So with that, I should probably be able to shade the paw now. Or something. That requires me to know a lot more about what I'm doing than I have remembered. Oh, but yes, I can do the backlight. Hold on. Over here, where the ribs are. Oh, it's not really a backlight, it's just a shade. But like, you know, point stands. I wonder if any time I've been doing a backlight, a shade should have been doing it. But then again, that's not quite true because the backlight on the tail is absolutely doing it wonders. So, the coloring has been a bit annoying ever since I discovered that pen press is actually a thing and still exists. How dare it, honestly. Let's pop in a little bit more. Wonderful. And then I'm gonna have to zoom out to understand what it is I'm doing, I think. Zoom out. I can really definitely wait to touch the paw, but unfortunately it cannot wait for me. So, maybe if I like lock the layer, I'll be able to draw within it what I've been needing to. Is it in the correct layer? Will it appear and disappear? Oh, it's not. Have I been drawing on the correct layer this whole time? No, I haven't. Okay, great. Well, it's correct for me, but not the one I was currently looking for. Okay, grand. Now we can hold this. I know using size 30 is probably evil and will probably metaphorically break my software's leg, but we can definitely work with it. Soon. Anytime now. Oh wait, actually it's taking its time. Oh, it's fine. I dropped my pen. It's fine. It's a monster. It can do whatever it is that monsters do. I actually don't like the new addition that I've done to the shading. Can I control that without it flipping? No, I can't. Okay. Control Shift that to put it back in place. Lovely. Now let's select this over here. And then like a little bit of shade over here. Anything else? No? Why am I even doing it as a midtone? That's not something I should be doing. I'll figure it out. Let's go back to number 5. I'm tempted to just do like a really messy job on the finishing at this point. Just in order to get it finished at all. I need it to unlock itself. Which for some reason it hasn't done yet. Ah, there we go. Now we can continue. Wonderful. So with that continuity? No, continuity is a different thing entirely. I should probably add some more of the like... No, that's horrible. Oh, it's going to be one of those that's like jumps in your face about it. I'm gonna have to delete them. Now we must simply wait for them to disappear. So with them now gone, we can work on other parts of that foot. Honestly, I'm not particularly looking forward to working on that foot at all. But I could possibly just leave it as this. Yeah, I think that's what I will be doing. Until then, there's other parts of the body that we can color in. Anyway, at the end of the day, I can go over it after I'm done with like the entire color. Ish. See, I don't like when it goes over it when I told it not to. Let me select a darker color. Not. Yes, there we go. And once more, because I want them to reach a little bit higher. Yes, that's quite a bit more satisfactory. I mean, there's bits of it where I'm like, oh, I could be adding in the like backbones a little bit, but okay, but I'm not going to do so at the moment because there's a lot more meat on this part of the bones. Because it's not like it's not leaning on it, it's the part that's sort of freestanding, floating. Okay, it's following my directions quite well. Very good. Okay, drawing quite well. So with that, we can now start shading in the rest of it. Hopefully it does well. So far, there's been no need to doubt it. Oh, that's wonderful. Not bad at all. Yes. I can definitely live with that, you know? So with that in mind, we can color in more of the part where the, like, forearm connects to the ribs, you know? I should have definitely used number 5 for this though, instead of number 10. Now with that, whenever it switches to number 5, we can continue coloring it in. Oh, I did that horrible thing. Honestly, I'm not even in the mood to be upset about it anymore. Because it's just, well, it's kind of like the weather, you know? The sun is out, and then at some point the clouds come over, and it's not really that big of a deal that the clouds are now here. They're just clouds, they come and go. I do need to switch to a darker color though. I need to do it soon. To the mid-tone, so they can start shading it in properly. I started drawing before it switched to colors. That's not grand. It's okay though, we can draw over it. Yes, and then it's filling out all the gaps, so it's doing quite lovely. If we connect it like this, that'll be good. Very grand. And then if we go to, I need to like polish it out. At the moment we're getting to that part where it's acting in a way where I can't afford to do a good job with it anymore. Which means that the rest of it is going to have to be rushed, unfortunately. Not because we're on a time limit, but because I genuinely can't do anything better. See? We have to wait up for it to actually wake up and do so. Okay, it's woken up and done so. Now we need light gray, which it'll hopefully do soon. And switch to soon, and then we can do it. In terms of every like other part of this, we're doing quite fine. You know? There's definitely areas where improvement could have been an issue that we could have faced. And it's very glad, like, I'm very glad, and it's very great that we don't have to, and it's not a necessity. With that, okay, okay, great. We're painting in the highlights now again. This time for the ribs adjoining the, like, tiger and human part of the chimera. I always wondered how you actually say that in English, because, like, in Ukrainian it's said with an H, you know? Chimera, something? Chimera? Oh god, I get so confused with it. Honestly. Never learned too many languages. It's not too bad. Yes, the color is blending into itself nicely. It's building shape where shape needs to be built. That is precisely what it should be doing within our current drawing style. The EX News. Microsoft Edge News. I don't know. It's really so bizarre to me that it's just like a function. For no reason, too. I don't think I find myself needing to look at news whenever my mouse wanders off. And you can always check the weather at the bottom corner anyway, so I don't really see the purpose in it. I'm trying to switch to a darker color again. Oh. Okay, it has done so actually. Yay! With it being done, we can now polish it out. Very lovely. I think that's where black comes in actually at the back there. I hate to do so, but it needs to be said and done. That was surprisingly quick mouse movement. That scares me. It shouldn't be doing that. Well, if it was working correctly, it would have been doing that from the start. But because it's not, the like possibility of it doing so terrifies me a little. God, it's not that it's discovering pen pressure. It's that it straight up thinks that it's at 50% now. It's not. Maybe it is a me problem. Probably not. You never know with these things. You never do. Like the time it took my second drawing tablet to break to figure out that my first drawing tablet was broken from the beginning. Oh, why is it? Okay. Well, I guess it's diligent now, nothing else. There's like a part of me that wants to be done with the like part that I've accidentally drawn over, but the other part of me is not in that particular boat. And wants to finish the nice black color, you know? Okay, let's add one more over here, which might look odd at the moment, but that's it's okay. We'll sculpt it back in. With the sculpting, we can kind of put it in this way. Yes, very good. And then with that sculpting, we can, what is it called? What am I, midtone? Yes. It does look a little bit messy at the moment though. I don't know how to feel about that. That shouldn't be happening. Except it should be happening. Honestly. It can be a bit confusing to me. Which I think is understandable. Now, yes, there we go. That'll fix it right up. And with it fixed up, we can continue on the midtones, which I have a layer underneath it to start working out with. Or more like continuous, I suppose. Color yourself in. So, now that it has colored that part in, oh, I'm gonna have to figure out so much more, aren't I? Let's color some more. I'm just happy we got almost the entire Chimera colored in. Is it Chimera? Oh my god, let's talk. Do you pronounce it with a C? Chimera. No. Chimera. Why is it spelled with a CH? It's like when I learned how choir was pronounced. That's a horrible misspelling of it, I think. Because that's also spelled with a CH, like choir. I was very confused because we had both cheer and choir, and so I couldn't know how to speak, like either about which one in particular, you know? Do I mentally know how to tell them apart? Yes, but like when it comes to speech, it was a bit of a problem. Alright, but we can continue to, I'll pick size 10 and I'll hope for the best in doing so. That we can just like color in the rest of the ribcage normally. Because I think that should be the case. And then if it does end up colored in weirdly, that's because it's a monster and we can do that. Proportions? What is that? I'm gonna go back to the top layer because it's getting annoying. Some parts of it are good to divide by layers, but most of it is not. It's late for me. I'm going to head to bed. Bye. Bye. Have a good rest. It's been lovely to have you. Come again sometime. Is that like obligatory plugin for the I stream on Mondays and read classics, you guys? They're slightly more excitable streams though, because I do really love classics. And I try to read them in a way that's easy to understand. Because here I'm trying to simultaneously mostly focus on art a little bit, you know? Oh, okay, it's working. It's working. Nobody panic. It's doing its job. Oh my god. Well, it's not doing its job. It's that I'm doing the job, which is coloring it in a way that it looks like, I want to say a living being, but like, you know what I mean with it, right? It sort of is like a living being. It looks like it's got like skin and bones and things on those skins and bones, or in them. Hmm. Hmm. I'm not sure what to do with that part next to the pull and the connection of the like rib cage. I think we're just gonna ignore it for a bit. It's a shame because like this thing has so much potential, but I'm forced to kind of lay it down, which is such a shame. Let's try. I could actually add some more black. Yeah, I'll try adding some more black. I'll have to go switch to number 5 and carefully draw a line. Well, could have been careful-er, but I can't say I'm that upset. Now we have to switch back to the highlight color. Color that in, and what this does is add contrast in between so that the ribs are much clearer. I'll do that once more or maybe twice more for the neighboring ribs as well, because that'll do absolute wonders for it. Don't worry, I'm still here though. Yeah, that's lovely. I had to figure since you said you were going to be drawing, but it's great to hear. No? Okay, let's try adding it to this rib, which is an actual. I was gonna say I'm gonna regret, but I don't know if I do actually. I think I might not be regretting this at all. And then one last one. Marvelous. Now I can move back to midtones. Yes. I think it also comes with the fact of like, in a way, to where you, because like you start streaming, right, and they don't normally have viewers very much. I think it's part of the learning curve is that you gotta learn to like talk to yourself in a way. Although I don't think I really need to learn that. Yeah, but talent. It actually makes it sound more like a downside than an upside if it's phrased that way. Although, depends on your perspective. From my side, it's pretty good. That's because I'm having fun. Ooh, oh, that's nice. Nice ribs. Oh, the ribs are working out. Ah, I'm so happy for them. Let me come in once more and color in a little bit more of that top part. I don't recall where the last rib was going. Oh, I do recall actually. Here and then over here, where it connects. At least I'm not even mad at it, honestly. Because, like, I did need to color in that part. So helpful. So nice. Perhaps, yes. Now, the only thing left is to hope that it does work out once I'm done painting the rest of it. Which, truth be told, the hope is out there for it. I can't say I trust it too much. But, we can get to it when we get to it. Oh, it's doing lovely. It really is. That's great. So with that doing lovely, yes, very good. Now we can plug this in and then go over it a little bit. And this is also where I'll pick number 5 and do a couple of strikes where fur could be implied. Not bad. Great, so now I can sort of add a little bit more of those midtones that we were after. But it went into the darks of the previous one, so I have to reiterate it upon itself. There we go. Now that it has been reinstated, we can begin more of the coloring in. The tail will be like a lot easier though, so we'll have that. And then, knife is easy as pie, and I'm not quite certain about the fork. The fork is probably where I'm gonna have the most difficulty, but I might just fork it also. Like, as in, kind of call it in a day, in a way, and draw it badly, maybe. Better than not drawing it at all, in my opinion. That or drawing a spoon, but knife and spoon is a weird combo. It's a weird combo. It's not. Mm. Do you all have a favorite utensil? Cause like mine is a spoon. I find it the most universal. You know? I can cut things with a spoon, I can spoon things with a spoon. A fork is like a good close runner-up, because you can do that with a fork and like a bunch of other things, where a spoon can maybe fall short, but you can't eat soup with a fork, so therefore it loses out ultimately. If anyone says fork, though, I don't personally agree. That being said, I have more associations with fork when it comes to like raising children than anything else, honestly. Mostly broken sporks, actually. Which puts up a lot of questions about how you can break a spork. It's getting sundry here again. Oh no. Good luck to your internet and internet provider, actually. I remember last time it was getting a bit difficult. Mm. I worry for your dog a little bit, but hopefully he'll be a trooper. Oh, what have I done with the ribs? Maybe I need to color them in black? Because it shouldn't be a highlighter color, but I also don't have the like heart to tell it it's not a highlighter color. It's just some white gap in my drawing. Hmm. Backlight. My best friend, my worst enemy. Yes. Indeed, and if we do that, oh wondrous. The ribs are working themselves out, the body's working itself out. Hopefully this remains to be a trend, and I will not have to redraw it. I don't think I will, you know? Mm. My partner's sister bought our dog a CBD oil to like calm him more, and it seems to be working. Oh, that's good. That's good that it's working. That's very thoughtful of them, I think. Sounds nice. Good problem solving too. Hmm, hmm, hmm. That's so cool. I never thought. Oh my god, what did it do to my drawing? Control Z. I never like I didn't think of that as an option actually. That's cool. Hmm, hmm, hmm. I'm waiting for it. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo that entire part. Oh, it's evil. It's software after my own heart, isn't it? Just redrawing it is, for now, okay, not too bad. Those scribbles were really on another level, though. I don't think it's ever been that bad. Oh, but then again, it probably has. I'm just not so used to flipping out recently. Let's do one more stroke. Yes. And then just color the rest of it in. At least it looks like only one line, so we can actually go over it physically. Don't tell anyone, but I stole the spoon from that cafe. I really liked it. I'll be using it as a sugar spoon. Well, I can't tell anyone, so you've got that at least. But honestly, then again, spiritually I can understand it. I've seen some nice spoons, but only spiritually. I will not be your attorney. Should I add some backlight on here? Oh, well, I wasn't going to anyway, so that's good. Getting a little bit iffy with it, but only a little bit, so there's that. It has been sometimes like, you have to have plausible deniability, first of all, but like, second of all, accidents. You know when you like forget something's in your hand, and then you leave, and then you're like, oh no, oh that's horrible. So you always try to write your own. But like, yeah, okay, wait, is that those ribs? Those ribs. I'm going to do something risky and cool. And by cool and risky, I mean I'm about to color in this gap. The modern definitions. And I'm gonna color in that one actually. But there is such thing as too much for it, so. Okay. And then once more. I don't know how to do that. Okay. Let's try again. Not too bad. Let's get our light color. Because what I'm trying to do is color it in so it's actually has the proper lines I want. Oh god, horrible. Or is it? No, it is horrible. Control Z. And now we wait. I think overall the art piece is not doing too badly. It's definitely a little bit disproportionate in terms of attention to detail. But that's, I think, probably a good thing, if anything. Now it's, well, almost my favorite time, which is hands. I say it like, not quite sure if I say it sarcastically or not, because at some point I was really dedicated to, eradicating every weakness I have when it comes to art, is among other things. And so I've drawn quite a few art pieces that are almost entirely hands. So nowadays when I complain about them, it usually takes me under a minute to solve the same issue I'm complaining about. I hope it colors itself in. Honestly, I'm a little bit unhappy with its execution. Oh lord, go away. Microsoft Edge, thank you. Now, where it will color over parts that I didn't want it to color over. And I can't really tell if it's like really bad coloring or not. I think it is very patchy, but there's very little I can do about it, you know? Ah! Horrible, horrible, horrible. I was doing close that time. It's so not fair. Where was I? I was going to do some kind of coloring with the dark color, I think. I don't even know why though. I genuinely don't remember. Why is it acting like so? Our last strategy, making it so that the start and the end of the stroke is in the exact same place. Okay, well that's not even fair, because my cursor was nowhere close to that. Control that, and yes. Maybe I should like count in drag when it comes to where it's going to end up. Oh my god, accounting for drag works. Did I mention how the software is after my own heart because it is evil? Clearly. Not that I'm amongst such things, but... Why is it acting in such a manner? And knowing why does not help, does it? So, with that in mind, I can now zoom out. No, actually I can't. I have to zoom back in. Go to this brush and press space so they can go sideways and fix the face, I think. It's arguably the hardest part of this entire thing, actually. I'm gonna look closer at my reference work. I wonder if there's any corners I can cut, because it's not going to listen to me actually doing a good job this time, which wouldn't be well. Okay, let's select our darkest color and begin with the operation of whatever it is it's doing. Is the darkest color in? No, it's not. Alas, we must wait. Why does it keep summoning itself? I'd consider it personally rather inconsiderate if I was Microsoft Edge to do such a thing. This is an attack for what they called. I think Xinhua. So, also known as Corpse's Flower on Artfight. This is their character. Okay, it has finally switched over. It's another fairy character a little bit, but in a slightly different manner than we may be used to. Please. Well, not too. Tony is going through a little bit of a phase at the moment, but nothing we haven't seen before. There we go. The software, of course, not the characters themselves. That would be quite rude to say if someone self-insert, wouldn't it? So we wouldn't. It's also not accurate. I think it's really cool. I'm drawing it after all as well. And I wouldn't, it's because I think they're cool. Oh god, that head is humongous. I'm gonna have to control that. And now we must simply wait. They have those like, hold on, I'm gonna do the eyes if they let me do the eyes. There we go. I don't know what to do with that, like, knowledge that they don't have eyes anymore, because they're, like, not really in the market for such things. Oh, don't even get me started on, like, putting the multiplayer layer on this thing. I'm just gonna black out the entire head, I think. Starting from the bottom would be good, because then even if it draws extra lines, it won't interrupt any of the line I've already made. Great. Technically, there's like wings that I could be adding to this thing, but I think I got rather a lot of stuff done already by having it on what's it called, like paying so much attention to its animal body anyway. It is the bare minimum, but like I'm really trying to get it finished, you know. It's been like quite a few hours, so. Oh, that was horrible. That's striking. Because that did delete just a little bit of the bicep right now, which is not good. Well, technically it's not bad also, because it's just a bit messed up, but trying to figure that out is a bit much, honestly. Oh, that's... Is that it? Okay. Well, I'm not mad. Let's grab a dark color again now. I think I want to add some more shading on here as well, because it turns out the arms are a bit thicker. Don't worry, I'm struggling with art right now too. I don't know, the line art ain't arting right now. You could try without line art in general, because that might be helpful. I remember when, because I used to like be in line art only kind of like artist, and at some point I've heard of the additive method of drawing. Sort of like a YouTube channel of some kind, you know? And I was like, let me try that, and then it turns out that makes life a lot easier sometimes, especially when you're struggling with like making it work sometimes, you know? So you could try doing what I'm doing for a bit and seeing if that saves it out and then do line art over it. That can also be done. Saying it because it does genuinely help sometimes. But I'm glad that we can struggle in camaraderie, you know? I don't want to draw its horn, but I also kind of don't want to not draw its horn. I don't know. I'll draw its horn and leave it as a weird little silhouette, I think. Maybe I'll add a little bit of backlight with the mid color. There we go. And then I'll just make sure it still looks like a horn and not like some other weird creature. There we go. What does that give us? Not much, but that's okay. That's exactly the plan. It's a little bit odd, but I think we can kind of make it. I'm gonna have to put it into like being spotty or black and white later, I think. Or maybe I can just like multiply it with black. I don't know, it still sounds horrible no matter how I put it, but we'll work it out. And coloring in the hands a little bit as well is also important. And I can start adding a little bit of the colors that are other fingers, I guess. Ideally with a darker color. One thing that's great is that you can kind of get away with not having a really good, like, with not really having like really good hands if you're drawing them in this kind of art style where it's just black and white. It's not really an excuse I like to use because I can genuinely draw hands well, but like, it is the one I'm sort of forced to do at the moment because I don't have the opportunity to do my best. Where's the lightest color? There we go. One over here on the thumb. There we go. That's kind of nice. And maybe I can add a little bit over here to imply that the fingers are folded and not just like lying there. It doesn't look like it's gonna work, so I might have to draw over it in black anyway. But I'll give them a good fighting chance first. Yeah, I'm gonna have to draw over it in black. That's fine. And then for the next hand, we will have to do more of the same, I think. But this time the color would be very different in itself. Because the light is coming from the direction where that hand is exposed. So there we go. They're kind of like stretching, right? A little bit. And so we'll have to use a highlighter color for where the thumb would be. And then I guess I'd have to use the darker version for like some of the fingers, maybe. It's not ideal. It's too simplistic and it doesn't really work with the rest of it, but if we're trying to stay a consistent length of like brush size, it makes sense for it to be this bad for all intents and purposes. It's not really horrible. I've done better and I've seen worse. Maybe over here, if it'll let me draw. Why did you lock yourself? That's not good. Let's try again. Yeah, I think that's not bad. And we can kinda... There we go. And then if I grab a mid-tone, I can sort of like one last time connect it a little bit to the thumb. It's not amazing, but it does the job that it needs to be doing. Although I could probably also make the thumb close on itself in the front instead of the back. Kind of assumed we would be having a switch of perspective here, but it could be worth it to not have it, you know? Perhaps a highlighter? With the highlighter, let's try doing something like this. But it didn't switch to the dark color nearly in time. I'll deal with this, I think. I think that's more than good enough for me for now. Not ideal, but something we can definitely pretend works. Now I can erase the last little bit of the red markings on this. And I can begin with other parts. I don't know about the wings. I might still add them in because I do like them and they don't take a lot of time if you do it right and quickly. It's another one of those things that I've practiced a lot. Because I do really like wings, that's why. Very different reasons for practicing hands, but like, it works and does about the same thing. I'm currently waiting for it to zoom out. Now that it has it zoomed out? I think it did. I would like to also move along, but it's being a bit slow at the moment, so I'm a little bit scared to actually move it. Yeah, that's why. Switch back to colorless, please. Yes, embrace yourself. Just about this point, I'm gonna try just completely hiding the outline and seeing how that does it. And maybe zooming out once more. Technically the tail is also fluffy, but like, it takes... I'll be able to do the effort for it at least. Alright, let's color in our base color first. And then we can work everything else out. The base color for this is gray, so that's what we'll be doing. Yeah. You know, I was thinking on Witch Atelier a little bit, and how each of the girls kind of like, just every character in it reminds you a little bit of the struggle of being an artist, and all the different parts to it. And I think Coco kind of represents, you know, the main character, the new artist, you know? The one that's starting maybe like, they feel like they're starting late or they're starting from scratch. There's a lot of artists that start later in life, for example, as well. And I think they definitely should, because I know a lot of people who are scared to start art because they feel like they're not naturally talented or something else similar to that. But really, it's just a lot of time and effort. And everybody works at their own pace and everybody ends up at different places. And the kind of people that do go into it later and make it have that very similar attitude to Coco, where she'll take any opportunity to learn because she does see this just like some kind of magic, and it remaining magical to her is a very important part of her character so that she can keep learning, you know? Because it's very hard for her to do so due to external circumstances, but it's the remembering of it that is very important. Okay, something's not right with the tail. Oh, not good. Oh, I Control Z did 4 times, so we'll see how it turns out. Imagine my entire drawing just disappears. Oh, it doesn't. I'll try drawing once more before I Control Z 2 more times. 1, 2. Oh. Right. So we try again with the tail once more. On one hand, I should use a highlighter. On the other hand, it's a bit freaky to use so, you know? Because I get really worried about it. Not excessively so, of course. But, like, it is cause for worry to use it in such a circumstance. I think it'll work out, though. Let's try with the gray again. Not ideal, but it definitely works. And then we can kind of go on to these like shiny parts of the tail that come with like being a chimera. Chimera? I still have no idea how you're supposed to pronounce it. I've read the Delicious Intention, but I haven't actually watched it, so that's part of it. Because there's like a chimera in there, but I don't know how you pronounce it. It's spelled with a CH, so I'm basically rolling the dice whenever I try to say it. And then we'll go into some medium color. Yes, and then we can draw in the lighter parts as well. Where's our highlighter? There we go. I'll try to add a little bit more of the medium color in the center once it wakes up. There we go. And then once more with a triangle a little bit. Once again, once it wakes up. We're still not on the correct color, so it takes a little bit. I can't wait to add like shadow to the plate and other things. Hopefully it'll actually do the thing I ask it to soon. Okay, your advice to be honest helped. I was not focusing on line art and more like a pose thingy and used lasso to make the pose. Yes! Oh, that's wonderful work. Well, I mean, I did say it with the assumption that it could do such a thing and would do such a thing. But I mean more in the fact that I'm glad that it worked for you. You know? It's always great to hear. And it definitely can help with the poses really well. Alright, with that, I'm gonna switch to a larger brush so I can delete the random bit of line over here because I don't like it. There we go. And we can switch back to some more drawing on the, really cool, the other parts of the tail. Oh, it's turning out so nicely, look at that. I guess it's actually doing it. Oh, that's nice. It's doing so well. Genuinely, That's some good, like, good tail. Nice. Okay, and then one more ring over here. The ring itself is a little... I'm gonna control that because it's too wide for the perspective we're trying to do with it. And then I will switch to medium color because that black went a little too far. And then over here is where we would also be looking at doing a little bit more of the shining parts of the tail. So with that, we can now make... No, that's not correct. The tail does need to form... Oh god, I'm gonna have to draw perspective lines, aren't I? No. No. Maybe? No, it's a bit up and down. Oh, there we go. And then you can kind of draw over this a little bit, because it's... Actually, no. Control Z. I'm gonna use it underneath that line to symbolize the cutoff edge. There we go. Nice. Not too bad, not too shabby. Now, with that, we can start using the light color as well over here, because that's the like color of the inside fat layer and the skin layers as well. Well, not in our case, actually, it's just fat. Because in our case, the skin layer is cut off by a dark gray instead. And then now we can sort of... Yes, there we go. And then now we can move on to the next one, which will start also showing cases of like having... How would I say this? Just like the bits that are cut off, it will start having more shown of it. And then that's the like last one we have available until the next tail goes in. which is the one where it's cut off. Oh, okay, it did mess itself up a little, but it's something that we can actually deal with. I'd like to zoom in, but I think if I zoom in, I'll focus too much on the details. So, there we go. There we go. And I can delete some of the parts over here as well. And maybe even color it in, but I'm not feeling quite that brave yet. I am feeling brave enough to where I can hide that layer of color palette though now, which does bring apart some things that I would like to mention, which is I need that little dot in the middle, I think. Let me check. Perhaps? Maybe. Yeah, I'll definitely need that dot in the center. Okay, let me unlock it. And then, where's our lasso tool? There we go. Control X, Control V, Control D. That one's hidden. This one goes underneath. Lock it, turn it to black. Do it well. There we go, now it's the same color as the source. That being said, I do want it to also be hidden with the source. I'll shift select them and then merge them. If it'll let me do so. Yes, wonderful. And if it didn't, you can always merge downwards. Merge with layer below. There we go. So now I can turn it off and it'll be happy. Now where was it that I was drawing? Is it here? No. Oh, I was actually drawing a layer above. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting that to be the case, you know? I might also merge with the layer below, because there's not really a point in doing otherwise. Merge with layer below. Wonderful. And then make sure it's not locked. Ah, yes, back to my pencil brush. Select it. I've been getting a lot of deja vu recently. I don't know if it's because I've been getting it from things that I've genuinely experienced recently, or if it's because I've had it in a dream of some kind. Like, this cat reminds me of something, but it could be just that the silhouette reminds me of something. You know, it's not an uncommon one. They're simple things. But on the other hand, it's odd. Maybe it's because I've thought of doing a drawing like this for a while. Actually, not too bad on this. Though I do want to be careful. Don't forget to drink all water also, because that's good. Artfight's a bit of a reverse of the streamer trope, isn't it? Drink water. Can't really forget to drink water, because throat goes dry. But then again, maybe it's me and my obsession with tea. Obsession is a strong word. I wouldn't say obsession. More like thorough and very practical, not to mention professional enjoyment of it. It's a wonderful thing, especially considering you can just gather some outside. A chamomile, for example. You do need to know what the right flowers are, I think. But I do, so I can forage them and have forage chamomile tea, which sometimes can be really good. One day I was talking to this one lady who was really spiritual, and I was telling her about the place where I found like some chamomile tea leaves. It was by the river, and she was like, "Oh, that's a really good thing for you." I don't know. It was just the only place where chamomile grew over there, to be honest. But also, it kind of makes sense in a way of why it grew there. Because like the soil everywhere else is maybe a little bit different to normal chamomile soil circumstances. It's just daisies. By the way, that's what chamomile normally looks like. Do like check over with someone who knows what they're talking about though. I don't know if you have poisonous daisies in your garden. Could be a thing. I haven't heard of it, but like I also haven't tried brewing poisonous tea, so there's that. Or maybe I have and I just have a good enough immune system. Because I have a lot, you know? Still, I wouldn't test it if I were you. Unless you know. In which case, I suppose it's not really a test, is it? If you're really knowledgeable enough. I'm gonna add a little bit more to it. There we go, because it's a bit more of a 3D side of the tail. With it being a 3D side, not too bad, but lacking something. I think gotten away was where I've lost what I was doing with it. Perhaps if I shaded in a little bit more. Any second now it will be finished. Any second. It's quite funny, actually. Nice. I like how like the choppy parts of it. Initially it's just because I didn't erase it very well. But now it looks like it's been chopped up because of that. Which is just so convenient. Nice. And here we can like, the reason the lighting is over there is because it's like the peak of that fishtail. Not fishtail, it's just tail. I just keep thinking of fish whenever I'm drawing it because it kind of reminds me of it. For obvious reasons, I think. Like, most often you see fishtails cut up like so. Rarely do you see like chimera or dragon. Unless you're a special kind of person, I suppose. In real life, though, it's not that common of an occurrence. Perhaps if I shade it in a little bit more? No, bad idea. Control Z. Not sure, but I do need to shade more of the meaty parts, that's what I do know. Yes. Pretty good, that's been shaded in. Now we need to shade in the meaty parts of this. Not too bad, and we can kind of have this sort of thing going on with an inside. It's not glorious, but rarely are such things, aren't they? Okay, now we can add a darker, like almost black gray. And with it we can color in the next section of the tail. We currently have 3 out of 5 sections colored in, not including the one that's still connected to the torso. So with that being connected to the torso, actually I'm not that mad about that particular version of this. Yes, there we go. And I can color it in. Very nice. It's kind of peaceful. It does make me feel like I'm doing a coloring in, you know? Like a coloring book. Okay, another thing that I do find a bit annoying about the language is that there's only one word for book. There's no separate word for like workbook specifically. Workbook is not a word, by the way, it's 2 words, so in my mind. You use 2 of them and they're not even combined in a way that's, you know, normal for languages that combine words, which English isn't, so there's that. But like, there is tетрадь in Russian, which is for aligned, like a kind of thin lined book that's not hardcover, that is specifically used for like classwork. And that's not a word in English, and so that gets out there. And there's a few more cases that are very similar to this that I also get. There is the word tome for if the book is thicker, I guess. But like, it's not really what I was looking for, though, is it? There is also that, and it, like as an additional one, in Ukrainian, I think. I have the trouble sometimes with where each word originates from, although I don't have trouble identifying the difference between them after that. You know, spoken languages are quite different. Sources can sometimes be a bit tricky. That's not too bad, then I can kind of add a little bit more over here. Yes. Last of the shading will be done soon. Soon. I'll erase a little bit more. Oh, no, I shouldn't be erasing it all. Control Z. If it is being kind to me. Perhaps it will be. You know what would be a dream? Like, to have... So dream sponsorship, obviously chamomile tea. But what would be... That's how you know you've made it, is if you have had a sponsorship of chamomile tea, and then you replace it with another sponsorship of chamomile tea that is just better chamomile tea. That's how you know you've made it, you know? The days. I can see my future and it is bright. Honestly, it would be so enjoyable. I know people mostly get like Red Bull sponsorship and such things. Probably, I mean, partially because, well, a lot of people drink Red Bull. It's also probably my energy drink of choice if I drink energy drinks, which isn't particularly often. I think you can probably tell from the kind of person I am. I don't really drink energy drinks, but that could probably also work for me actually, I guess. They got that whole Red Bull gives you wings thing, and I'm known to float. But in reality, you know, oh wait, there's backlight that I could do on this. Chamomile tea is where it's at. Okay, and now I can add one more piece of like coloring in the fat layer of this inside tail. I'm trying not to go too much over the outline, but it's not being nearly as successful as I would like it to be. That being said, it's still better than some of the times where it's flipped out. So, success in as many ways. Yes, okay. Not too bad. And then I can... Yes. I would add more shade to it, but honestly I don't know if there's a point with this kind of line art for it. You know, the thing that's leaning on. Who knows? Perhaps, perhaps not. There's a couple things I need to do now. First and foremost is the plate. Select it, and then I guess I'd have to use like a very large airbrush. I really don't want to though, because that'll bug it out a little bit. But you can control save before it's too late. Chamomile. I should finish the like last of my... Wait, hold on, have I finished the last of my chamomile? I wouldn't have, right? Oh, thank God, I still have some left over. Ah, wonderful. Okay, let's circle that in. Holy... Huh. At least it looks pretty circular. Okay, Control D, Control T, Alt Shift. Over here, okay. And then what we gotta do is filter blur, maybe Gaussian? Gaussian is just like normal strong blur, but it allows you to have adjustments to its strings, which can be really useful. Okay, great. I will have to resize it though. Control T. I might even make it a little bit soup-like. No, I wouldn't. Would I? Let's try Alt Shift first. Okay. Okay, and then Control C, Control V, Control T, Alt Shift, and resize up. Okay, great. Now with that, there's a couple things that we can achieve once it, you know, accepts that I have changed it and that it has lost its battle at whatever it is it's decided to interfere with me doing. Not 100%, and then the layer below is also not 100%. That below needs to be like a... Oh, this is layer above. Okay. Layer below needs to be a little bit lower, maybe? Maybe not. I think there's some places where I can definitely add it to be more like highlight. Let's put it in multiply. There's a little bit to it. There's a little bit to it. Let's try some more of something. I have an idea. Purple, lighter, put it around here. A little bit over here, a little bit over here. multiply it 2, and on a much lighter color. I would have to change it to a different shade, but I think that's something we can do. Let's go back to the colorless version. Control Z, colorless version lead to the front. Control Z again, that's not working. I don't know. I don't know, I'm just not that happy with it. Maybe, you know what I could do? I can't put it in there, can I? No, I can't. Oh, that's a shame. Transfer to lower layer. Merge this layer below. Not it, not it. Apply mask layer. Also not it. Enable mask. Not it. Let's just try normally, erasing it as, well, is normal. That's not too bad, and carefully, yep, and maybe I can even delete the shade over there. Yeah, because it's no longer necessary. Yeah, that's not bad. Now, we do have to do one more thing. One more layer. That layer is below. The layer itself needs to be some kind of color, though. Probably like a blue, darkish blue, though. Almost this sort of color, but that's too purple. There we go. Because we are having sort of lighting on this, and we'll figure it out. And then do that, then disable it. I will have to move this above the layer underneath, I think. So let me hold shift and move all of these above over here. Now filter, blur, lens blur. How does that look? I think I'd be pretty happy with that, actually. Okay. Now the thing, actually, let me put it on multiply as well. How does that look? Yeah, fairly happy with that. I would probably put it underneath all of the borders, though, personally. Now, what do we do with the borders? Okay, let's try something. A few things. Oh, actually, before we try them, there's a couple more things we need to sort out on the gravy front. First of all, more gravy. I know, obvious. But the obvious may elude us often. Okay, over here we need to make it more obvious. Yeah, not too bad. Maybe one more in the distance. Soon. Now with it done, we will have what? Oh, right, color. But before color, what is this there? Nothing. Great. We will use this one thing, which is the oil paint brush. And that is for a variety of reasons. Most of which include that it's just very good for, I guess, water sort of reflections. Alright. Now I can reduce it, go back, and work a little bit with it. Reduce size, yes. And work over here. Yep. And maybe once more. No, that time was excessive. Not that there's anything we can do about it anymore, apparently, because that entire thing has been counted as one brushstroke. And once more on the front of opacity. Yes, not too badly. And then one last time. There we go. A little bit just... No, but... Actually, let's go back. There we go. Not too bad, right? I don't think it's too bad anyway. Almost. Not quite. No. Once more, perhaps? No. Not sure. It's okay though, we'll figure it out once it's done with its little tantrum. Now that it's done with it, we can add highlighters to the plate, which is nice. I'll make them all clip to the layer underneath, because then I can have the highlighter clipping above them and, you know, generally be good. I don't think 10 is big enough for... We need to go like a 7. And then a couple more over here. I worry I've drawn that one really badly. Control Z. Must simply wait on that. Gently. Gently. Yes, not too bad. Gently once more. Twice more. And then now we must erase the parts that we did not want in there. Lovely. With that erased, we can go over here and erase a couple more. Very good. Now I will take some parts of it. Actually, there's a couple more that I want to do. Once it wakes up and lets me, of course. After that, I can't wait to draw some wings, I think. Maybe. That's not too bad. And once more over here. I approve. Now, I wonder if we should make the braid broken or not, because I'm not quite certain yet if that's something that should be done. Originally I didn't want to, but now I'm kind of like looking at seeing the appeal. I think there's more important things to do right now though, like lighting on this thing. Bigger, and then something over here. And of course glow dodge, my favorite layer. Glow dodge. And down below it, it's giving it like a subtle sort of color at the moment. Looks like, hey, pretty good. Well, sort of. Why is it not? I don't know why it's cutting at the, like such a wild angle. And it keeps pushing itself too. I don't... Well, okay. There are a few things though. I'm gonna control T it. Ah, but there are a couple issues with it, isn't it? Control T now? Ah, wonderful. 1, 2, 3, I believe. Very good. Now the lighting makes much more sense. Maybe I'll put another one in the center? Oh, but there are the knife and fork we forgot about. I think that does actually make it better, though. Let's put something, so like a 10. Ah, I forgot to switch. Back to our color. Okay, I finished my piece. It was pretty simple character. Oh, great. That's lovely. I do not have that luxury at the moment, but I think that builds character. And then glow dodge. And then a little bit more, because I want it to actually look like a sparkle. And a little bit. Just a bit more. No, actually that's too much. Go back. Oh, but then took all of it back. That's not good. No, actually go back. Oh, I have no idea why it counts the same one. I will be putting in some cutlery pretty soon. Hopefully. Yeah, there we go. And I'll go to like a 5. Is that a good idea? It's not. Actually, it's not a horrendous idea. Control C, Control Z, Control V, hide it. Now with that in mind, we have our knife and fork. Oh god, I don't want to be drawing a fork. Is the knife and fork going to be golden? I don't want it to be golden. But I'm having issues. It won't be golden, unfortunately. Alright. Let's find our favorite brush once more. Where's that? Over here. Have to find forks. I hope you, dear viewer, can understand how distressing that is of an idea. Forks. A fork. Oh. It can't be a simple one, no. Wait, actually, hold on. There was that. I can use the reflection tool a little bit. How many? Okay, forks have 4, like, skewers. Please work. No, of course not. Let's zoom in. See, that was a horrible attempt, Clip Studio. Please do better. This doesn't even give you a star for effort. Not really. Well, maybe that. Maybe it'll give you a star for effort. Let's make sure to put these away so that I can draw my fork in peace. And there we go. And once more. Wonderful. Doesn't fully erase it, but we can live with it. Over here, and then it's not the worst as far as forks go, I think. With my very low idea of how good a fork is. Let's select it. Good fork. And then once more. Horrible. Whoa, your art is so good. Damn. Thank you. I'm going through it at the moment with it, honestly. I should have read that one after I'm done with the fork, then I could be really proud. But instead I'm stuck here with forks. Good. Ah, they're horribly bad. How does anyone draw forks? Oh. Maybe if I had like a slightly more behaving uh, software that could have worked though. Hmm. You see what I have to deal with, dear viewer? You see it? It's okay though, we can delete it and try again. Yes. And if it connects, it'll be exclusively to a normal thing. Is this a good fork? No. Will it do anyway? What? No, don't do that. I don't know how to deal with that. What am I supposed to do with that? What the hell? No. Better. Okay, forks also has this wonderful quality as like having little ridges in between, I guess. No, it was so good. Come back. Yes, yes, it could be a fork. It could be a fork. It's a bad fork, but it will be a fine addition to cutlery. Oh god, no, that's bad. I'm waiting for it to control that so they can get back to it. It's a creative fork, let's call it that. Let's call it creative. And over here, yes, yes, there we go, skill, or something. This fork has beat me down. Don't draw fork kits. Actually, hold on, there's also a serial number that usually goes in here. There we go, very good. Now, where did it need to go? Okay, Control T. I'm gonna shift it to 45 degrees at first, but then we're going to have to double click and press free transform. Over here, spin over here. Okay, it could be worse. Ooh, I could stretch it further if I wanted to. Still, not too bad. Okay, we can live with that. Approximately. With that in mind, there's a couple things that I can do with it. First and foremost, I need to grab my darkest color and also put it in here. Secondly, there's a part of the knife that I want to delete. Control X, Control V, Control D. Now our previous fork is low and still red, and our new fork is nice, and our knife is also good. Not too bad. I will have to move the fork though, I don't like it there. My apologies. I don't know, maybe don't draw a fork? Well, but then it needs a fork. It needs a fork. You can't have this without a fork. There we go. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? There was this show I watched called Toriko, which was about a gourmand who was hunting food. So like they'd have food-shaped islands and like so many different fantastical creatures, and they were all like food. And so he had this like private chef sidekick with him for obvious reasons, because then he could like cook the cool food for him. And his special ability of this gourmand was called the knife and the fork, where he would practice martial arts, but he'd make his like hand look like a knife and his like other hand look like a fork. But I don't mean turning into them. No, 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 no. I mean one of them just like splayed out four fingers like a fork, and the other one's just like all fingers together like a knife. And that's the fighting style. Oh, good times. I'm still mad it doesn't have a season 2. Let's multiply it. Oh, wonderful. And then if I invert the mask, I can color it in. Oh, doesn't that just look lovely? Fork. There are a couple things I do want to do with it. One of which is grabbing a slightly lighter color, and then filling out its crevices. I think that would go for size 10. There we go. Overcoming difficulties. It's not the best fork out there, but to say it's the worst would be so wrong. Don't like that. Control D. Never mind. Control Shift Z. Come back. It doesn't exist, does it? Oh, that's a bummer. We'll just have to draw it again. I wonder if I like. Actually, I don't know why I switched from 10. 10 was a perfectly good number. I'm waiting for it to like wake up a little bit. Don't like that. Control Z. Oh, really? That's what it takes? I think we're almost done and we're struggling with shading a fork. Once more. Very good. Maybe even once more here. Mostly because then I can go into here, use my airbrush to erase a little bit of it. Not too bad. Although I personally put a little bit more into it. Can't wait to like give it proper shading too, you know? Yeah, there we go. And it's messed it up. I don't like how it keeps drawing over itself. There we go. Now it shouldn't draw over itself at all. Lovely. And once more to just delete that little speck, maybe? Maybe not. Probably unnecessary. Alright, now we can draw some of the knife in. Oops. Wrong. Let's undo that. Wrong again. I actually don't remember how a knife connects to its knife handle. No, come back. That was pretty good though. Yes, there we go, and then we can erase some parts. Wonderful. Right, there we go. I'm almost done with this thing. Thank goodness. Now to how the handle works is a little bit... Once more? No, Control Z. I think it would be more of a straight line actually. Oh yeah, it is. Good. No, come back! I did not just draw all of that for it to disappear permanently. No. No, you wouldn't do that to me, would you? Oh, thank God. Alright. Better than nothing. At least it actually did show up. Wonderful. I need to stop pressing Control Z clearly. At this rate, I would not survive it. Okay, good. Now I can do this thing. Really? Oh, whatever. How would I even... Hmm. I'm really trying to work this out, but it is proving a little bit difficult. I think I'm gonna have to manually color it in. Ah, that's horrible. You know what? I'm gonna Control Z and Control D. I know where we didn't quite finish drawing the line, and it is also something that we can absolutely fix. Number 5, draw a line. There we go. Now, if we go and magic wand it again, invert it, now we can do this. Marvelous. Some of it we will still have to erase because I don't know why it's like that. But on the account of everything else, we're doing quite good. Now, some of it will need a midtone. I don't know which one it was, but we're using one of them. And now we can use an actual proper brown after that. Ooh, it looks good. Yay! It does, doesn't it? It's almost done. Not including any like effects I might add, but I'm hopefully not going to add any, honestly. Now to adding it a lock. Wonderful. Oh, horrible. Actually, we could just put a gradient mask over it afterwards. I don't know why I'm concerned. And then some dark color, I guess. Maybe one over here. And then one of the midtones so that we can go back to it. Midtones. Please listen up. When I try to select midtones, I would appreciate being able to do so. Not quite it. Soon. There we go. I'll do the same thing once I've drawn the outline of the other fork. The fork, I mean. I don't know why I said the other. It is the only one there. Is this a fork? No. Is this a fork? Yes. Wonderful. Ah, not a good drawing of it. Well, not too bad, as far as forks go anyway. There's worse versions out there. I'll probably be terribly embarrassed about it like a day or two from now. But until then, we're doing quite well. That's the main downside I have with art as opposed to game art. You can't really be embarrassed of game art because, well, you get to play it afterwards. It's not just a you're done and dusted sort of thing. Well, soon we'll have the fork finished, and that will be glorious. Okay, now magic wand, select, inverse selection. Let's add some more underneath it. I would have to go underneath the base layer first over here. There we go, and I can hide the other fork. Marvelous. Now with that in mind, we can make a clipping mask to it. Use the base color. Use whatever this thing is. Highlighter. Anyway, and some more shadow. Shadow's what it really needs. Now, one last thing about the knife. Well, actually, there's a little bit that we need to do over here. Huh, it's not drawing for some reason. Oh, that's why. Let's go back to over here. And there we go. A little bit nicer. Not ideal, but nothing really is, so we shall settle. one more is for the knife blade. I think I could use some of this earlier, which could look nice. Ah, that's the wrong shade. I'll wait for it to switch. Great, now Control Z. A little bit in the front. Some over here. And then we can add a little white. I'll do it on a separate layer just because I'm a little scared of doing it on the same one. Yes. Well, it does make the knife look a little less sharp than ideal, but I think that'll do for us for now. I'll just sharpen it a little bit. There we go. Not too bad. Although maybe a little bit needs to be taken off the top. Alright, with that in mind, we can now do this one, actually no, a couple more things. Nope, not the correct shape. Might as well. Filter, no, layer, new correction layer. This would be gradient map. We wouldn't want it to be a little bit lighter. And okay, and then we will clip it. Hopefully sometime soon it'll wake up. Ah, wonderful. Now let's add another layer. Gradient, where's new correction layer, gradient map. Now to figure out what color combination is the best. I actually quite like that one. Yeah, okay, that'll sold. Now I'll copy it so that I can transfer it over to the knife as well. Knife, is that you? It is. So I'm going to unclip it, Control V, then I'm going to select them and Control G, and then you can do this wonderful thing, which is called clipping an entire group. Now let's see what that turns out. That's not bad. I might maybe do a little bit more of something. I don't think it needs anything else actually. I might draw a little wing, or like a wing joint. Where's our drawing? There we go. One more layer, because I do not trust myself with the previous one. And number 5. And then a little bit of the dark gray. Hopefully sometime soon. And just a little bit of the light gray. At first I also add a little bit of that like black, so it kind of looks like stains. Because instead of drawing full wings, I've just elected to draw, what's it called? Like stumps of them, I suppose. Which is unfortunate in all ways, but like it does help us work with it. Oh my god, so sorry I disappeared, my laptop died. I plugged it in, but I wasn't connected to like the outlet. Silly you. Yeah. It's okay though, you only missed like figuring out some of the shading. We're basically done now. I'll probably put like a star in the middle though, because I think that's cool. Let me go up there. This is the only time I'm gonna miss Photoshop is because I don't know how to do the like shape tool here properly. Or do I? Wait, hold on. Polyline, continuous curve, Bezier, ellipse. Is it an ellipse? What's aspect type? No. Just brush side opacity. Brush shape. Oh, that's nice. Not what I was asking for though. I want some stars. Polyline is not it. Polygon. There we go. Okay, and if we do polygon and we do round this a corner, but we do it in inverse, maybe? Don't know. Hmm. Let's see. Brush side opacity figure. Oh yes, we can increase the number of sides. Sides. I don't really want too many. Roundness of corner, nothing. Aspect type? No. Adjustable angle After Effects. Brush side opacity. Surely there's more options here. Are you sure you want to restore the following defaults? No. I want to go into more options. Let me put that down there. Press on screen, just list one pixel. Ink, anti-aliasing, brush shape, spraying effect, stroke, brush shape, brush tip, brush stroke, shape preparation. Start from center. Oh my god, snap angle? What does that mean? Okay. Figure. Roundness. How to specify? What is that? Line color. Aspect type. Okay. So not it. Maybe there's a couple in the speech level last time I checked. Flash. There we go. They're all not really ideal in my opinion. Although this one can kind of work. Cool. Let's drag it over here. Put it as a glow dodge, perhaps? That's awesome. I hope you get more revenges. Your art is so underrated. Wow. But it also might take people time to revenge as well. Yeah, I thought about that. Let's glow dodge. It'd be pretty neat, but it's also okay if there's some. Oh, wait, that's how I do it. Okay, I have an idea. The idea is quite out there. So first, we erase absolutely everything because we want it to be the brightest from the middle, and I'm not about to try and like do it carefully. Then we take a color. Because that might be like explain. I don't get a lot of ranges yet because it will probably take them time, right? But also in general, there's more art to be done because I think you definitely go for the like quantity aspect of it, which I might not be nearly as well versed in at this particular moment in time. Ooh, not bad, but there's something about it I hate, and I'm not sure what it is. Let's add yellow, because I think that's what it's missing. And white in the middle. Okay, I'll try a little bit in a smaller type. Yes, and then I'll try reducing the maximum opacity of this thing, because it's too bright. Can't even see the fork. I wish I could actually, I can do like rainbow bleeds and things, but it's not really good for this. I don't know. Maybe it's just the wrong type of star, honestly. Let's try once more. Where's... Oh, there. So, there are different kinds of flashes. There's whatever this thing is. I'm gonna control that route. Let me apply that over here. It would have to be entirely in white though, because the red is not a really good color on this. That's not bad. I'll try maybe rotate it. Shift, shift and move. I should have probably moved it with Alt, but it's gonna rotate around the center point anyway. When it decides to do that. We're gonna follow instructions, are we? Yeah, it'll do it. I mean, if I had my tools, I could have drawn it better, but I think this is pretty good. That took a while as well. And this was all for... I forgot corpse's flower. So let me just name it. Okay, there we go. Shift C O R P S E Z F L O W E R. Oh, that was in all caps. Oh well. Well, that sounds like a good day to me. You might go outside again now. Need some fresh air. Hope to see your streams again sometime. Bye for now. Yeah, I'm also going to. It's the end of stream now. Hope everyone enjoyed that. Have a good night and have a good day and any other time of the 24 hours.